QR कोड को सब स्कैन कर लेंगे।
Morning everyone, welcome to the Skechers Pickleball English Open and the Team Duper event. I'm Rob Williams, I'll be on commentary to start with you, and I should shortly be joined by Karen Mitchell, Tournament Director and Chair of Pickleball England. I'll just explain the format to you. So in the Team Duper event, there's going to be 2 matches per team. There are currently 14 teams in the tournament, and what will happen will be that there will be a coin toss, which looks like Ron Ponder's doing now. The coin toss will decide whether it is a gender doubles match of 2, so men's doubles and ladies doubles, or it will be a mixed doubles pairing of both of the teams of mixed doubles. That will be decided on a coin toss now between the captains, and then we'll go into a game of rally scoring to 21 with the freeze at 20 for the leading team and 18 on the trailing team. At that point, when they're frozen, they can only win points on serve.
Okay. So, Pickleball United, team captain, pick a 1 or a 2.
1.
It's not it. It's a 2. Okay? So, Gender or mixed?
We're going mixed.
Good morning
Mixed.
and welcome to
Okay.
the 2023
So
English
mixed.
Open.
Your team
Today
members?
we have the Duper Team Trophy Day, and you know, we're probably
So
starting a little
right
bit
si-
late.
Yeah, right
which
side and left side.
Is always the case on the first day of a
Sorry.
tournament, which is why we do this really on the
Yep.
first day of a tournament rather than going straight into the main draws. But it's going to be an exciting day because we've got 14 teams representing, I think we've got 12 brands being represented, and we've got, I think it's 15 countries that are represented as well. So it's going to be a brilliant day, and they're all playing at the highest level. And we've got the US Next
Okay,
Generation
thank you.
teams, 3 of them. The
All right.
12 Next Gen
So who's
World
first?
team
Mega
have
and-
been split into 3 groups. And we've also got an English Next Gen
Oh,
team,
okay.
which
All right.
we're really thrilled
So
about.
are you going to play
But
on
first
the
up
right or
on
the
today's court, I'm sure Rob's already told you,
On
but
the
it's
left.
the
Okay.
Nielsen active team. Now it's quite appropriate that they're sponsoring the the English 50 plus group, or the English seniors.
Okay. You got 2
Chris
minutes.
Mitchell,
2
who
minutes to hit.
is the team captain, he last year at the English Open won a total of 5 medals, 4 of them being gold. Bernie Alderbert won the mixed doubles gold at English Nationals last year. So they're your 2 men's. And then we've got 2 ladies, Marcia Alderbert, Bernie's wife, and Lynn Jacobs, who also has won many medals at either the English Open or the English Nationals. So it's going to be an exciting matchup. And then I'm going to leave Rob to introduce the Indian team because I'm being called away.
Thank you, Karen. And the Indian team, I will apologise in advance for any pronunciation errors, is Vanchit Kapadia, Dianashu Kataria, Mega Kapoor, Isha Laktani, and I've got an addition here of Aditya. I've not got a surname for that. So they're just warming up now, getting ready to start. It looks like it's a mixed doubles fixture to start here. I can see Mega at one end and Bernie and Marsha on the other. We've got our head referee, Ron Ponder, on the side there. And we're just obviously getting the last preparations ready before we
Right
start.
in front of
this
you.
tournament.
Yeah.
Just to reiterate, this
There
is
you
a
go,
rally
perfect.
scoring situation, so you will not see the teams switching sides. The ball will move rather than the players. So you'll be looking at basically, if you win a point, you win a point. So in this sort of format, it's every point really does matter, because the way it's going to work out at the end of it is there's
15
going to be
seconds.
a totting up of the number of games that's been won to then create the league table, who plays in the quarters, semis and finals. But also there could be a situation where there will be a tiebreaker if there's an even number of games won,
Okay.
and that will then go to obviously points in total scored. So
Oh,
it could
okay.
come down to a single point. So everybody should be looking for a lot of hustle on court and trying to put a lot of effort in to make sure that every single point is fought for.
11:15 have been measured.
Good.
We measured at 11:15.
The 11 through 15, the
Oh,
nets have been measured.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris normally makes.
I already said that.
Where would you like me to stand?
Just here beside me.
All right.
And so I just did a 1 or a 2. London, whoever that team is, they won. The other team picked their, so they wanted to do mixed. And then they lined up. Yes? Oh, yeah,
Okay, we're about to start. Ron's pulled the teams over.
So serve, receive. Serve, and which end? Okay, this end? All right. Yes. Hey, guys. Mega. So wait until I call the score completely. Y'all are responsible for calling your out balls. If you don't call it, I'm liable to think it's in, so make sure I hear it. okay?
We call the line scores.
Yes, you call the lines. If you disagree with your opponent's call, you can appeal to me. If I saw it clearly, I'll let you know. If you didn't see it land, you can ask me.
Yeah.
If I clearly saw it, I'll let you know. But if I didn't see it, it will be ruled in by rule, okay? You can always ask me if you're in the correct position, although in rally scoring, you will be in the correct position. It's really pretty easy. Y'all are serving? Yes. Pick whichever one you want. That's the one I would have picked too.
Okay, so just about to start. It looks like Nielsen active England seniors are going to start the serving. Not sure whether they've won the toss or not. I would imagine that if the other team chose genders, then these guys will probably choose the coin toss. That'd be right, Karen? I'm not sure.
Martian Bernie. Yeah, and so you could just write male, female. Okay.
Okay, time to start. Let's play
Time
pickleball.
in. Hold on. Let me look at this net. What the hell's going on here?
Just some fine adjustments to the net there.
Okay. Sticks out more than I would want
Nets
it to.
provided
but
kindly by Franklin
there you
Sports. Sorry, Franklin
What are you gonna
Pickleball.
Karen, with
All
regards
right.
to your comment
Time
about
in.
starting a little bit late,
0-0.
considering the amazing effort last night, I've got no qualms if it's going a little bit late today.
No, you have to prioritise some things, don't you? And I think getting things started right is the main thing.
Side out. Point.
There was a massive volunteer army helping you yesterday.
Oh, I am
1-0.
so grateful to each and every one of them. I really am.
Yeah,
Side out.
Team Nielsen
Shots.
there. Yeah, just
Point.
managed to get and control the net, and then they've got no chance in the ball's high.
That's all right. You can
If
do
you
it.
can get to that
You
kitchen
just
line early,
You just want to
then
make
you're
sure
really in
you wait
control
for
of the
me
point.
to do it also. 1-1. Point.
Good hands there, good hands.
Got some quick hands.
So Team England
2-1.
coming out there on the hands battle. Yeah,
Side
tough
out.
lob there,
Point.
Bernie. Yeah, you can see he's not happy with that. Just slightly overextended there on that shot, which
2-2.
probably forces the lob not to be how he wants it. 2-2. Great control of the middle there from Bernie. Aggressively attacking that pop-up.
Side out. Point.
Great left-sided play there. If you can see something floating, play on the left with their right-handed. Definitely needs to come across to take that tee and finish the point early.
3-2. Side out.
Yeah, lucky
Point.
last year on that one. Probably the kind of ball to drop rather than to drive through.
3-3. Side out. Point.
Yeah, the ball just didn't see it get up there and making us no chance of getting any sort of play on that return.
4-3.
Really nice serve there from
Point.
Marshall. Really nice serve. Really deep. Really putting some pressure on
5-3.
the position there to get any kind of return in. Yeah, that's long.
Side out. Point.
One noticeable thing about using the Pickleball United courts on practice yesterday
4-5.
was that certainly any spin that you hit on the ball seems to retain off the surface, and you get a lot of effort.
Point.
You get a lot of reward for your effort if you're going to put spin on the ball. So you're noticing there's a fair bit of topspin being hit, and you can see the actual curve off some of the carbon fibre
It's all
panels
right.
that the
Nice
players are
try.
using, and also the
5-5.
Franklin X40 ball is another spin-friendly ball.
Side
That's
out.
a really good
Point.
pick up and poach across there, just unlucky to not finish off the point. So
So she's kind of bouncing the
Nielsen
ball.
active are now at 6-5.
6-5. And so I'll talk to her about it later. But side
So
out.
interesting there
Point.
Pickle United Indian team, again, the male player on the coming right across and taking control.
6-6.
And dominating that point.
Side out, point.
Yeah, Mega seems to be struggling with her third shot drops at the moment this morning. Hasn't quite got those dialed in. It takes a while to adjust to the speed of these courts. Oh,
point.
Unlucky net
sorry,
call
side
there.
out, point. 7-7.
Tightly fought match here at 7 each.
Side out, point.
Unsuccessful drive there, but in the right kind of area, going through the middle.
8-7.
Just trying to expose Marsh's backhand if he can get to it.
Side
well
out,
picked up
point.
there by Pickleball United. They definitely seem to be on the back foot in that point, but then that lovely drop gave them a chance to push it through the middle.
8-8. Side out.
Second
point.
unsuccessful drive for their third shot here. They're not. A lot of the points have been lost, certainly from the Pickleball United team. They've not been able to get their thirds over on their serving. Yeah, good comments, good point there.
Point.
I like Marsha and Bernie's strong conversation there of making sure they know the switch was happening.
10.
And kept them in that point and kept it alive. Important lesson at home. Make sure you talk with your partner to make who's going to be moving, if you're going to switch over and if you're going to take a ball off your partner. Again, we heard a good call there from Marsha to let Bernie know he's going to take it. Just left him a little bit exposed by having to cut across at the last second and not able to get across that backhand. But I'd still prefer to see the comms than just both people not going for it.
Side out, point, switch ins.
Again, you've got to dial in on this surface and those balls. What we're finding here is that
let me see the ball.
The spin seems to really take on this surface, so that if you've got any underspin, you try and apply top spin, you're just going to be adding even more top spin to what you think you're doing. So there's going to need to be a larger margin of error when you're playing on these courts, and typically, because everything is just coming through a little bit quicker, particularly in the UK. I know obviously Mega lives in the UK at the moment as well. We're playing on indoor wooden surfaces or sports hall surfaces, so they don't have the same sort of gritty texture that you'll find on the Pickleball United courts. They're very much like a rollout version of an outdoor hardcore acrylic tennis court.
11-9.
That slightly sandpaperish texture. Unlucky, good hustle there by the England team, but not quite able. And it's interesting looking at this point here, how close Pickleball United were almost on the same side of the court for half of that rally.
10-11.
And able to stretch out the Nielsen team. Very clear evidence there of that Pickleball is not a 50-50 game, and that centre line only really matters for the serve. And then kind of anything goes, and strategically you often want to have your stronger player hitting more balls if you can possibly do that.
Point.
So now Pickleball United have had a little swing from coming into the break at 11-9 down.
12-11.
And now they're 12-11 up. Let's see if the Nielsen team can pull that back.
Side out. Point.
Yeah, again, that unsuccessful drive. They're really struggling to get those thirds in, have a little bit more margin for error and get into the point. That's one thing that's noticeable from the England team, is they're getting into the rallies and getting beyond the third or fourth shot. Evidence again there. Bernie getting them into the rally. Great play, Marsha, good hands on the double-handed backhand. But there you can see that the England team managed to get successfully in the third behind their serve and then establish themselves into the rally and then play the point out.
13-12.
There's no easy points being given away by Team England here.
Point.
And it shows the power of just getting the ball in and hitting one extra shot.
14-12.
Great planning
Point.
from Bernie again, sitting on that tee,
Marcia.
controlling
Marcia.
the kitchen
good.
line there and getting the ball down on them.
15-12. Point. $16-12.
Yeah,
Point.
England team, they're really starting to dominate the points there,
17-12.
getting on top of it. They've got a good 5-point lead here. So we can see here there's a more conventional spacing from the England team here. And the England team certainly trying to play a much more great
Point.
speed up there from Bernie. You can see that Pickle United are definitely sitting almost on just one half of the court with a slightly wider configuration, covering a little bit more width of the court from
18.
the England team here. Seniors doing really well at 18-12.
$18-12. Out. Side out. Point. $13-18. Side out. Point.
So we're now at 19-13. If the England team win this next point, they will be
19-13.
frozen and can only win points on their serve.
And we're just watching here, right? Good. Side out. Point.
Just have a slight pause here. A ball's escaped the court.
Thank you. $14-19. Point.
Maybe there's a little bit of tension coming in. You can see Marcia
15-19.
just trying to relax herself off that missed return of serve.
Point.
Yeah, it's an interesting playing in the rally style format, having to try and keep your momentum
16-19.
when you are the leading team. Particularly when you get to 20, it can be difficult to keep yourself ahead of the game here.
Point.
So now we're at 17-19,
Yeah,
a run of 5 points, 4 or 5 points here. And the Indian team are bringing it back.
17-19. And then I know when something happens on the court, I know that these guys will show them.
Lucky that Marcia is interesting. If you notice, there was a hand signal that Marcia gave to
Side
Bernie,
out,
that
point.
she sort of called a fake switch just to try and disrupt their rhythm. Really hard to pull that
I'm
off
sorry.
in a
It wasn't a side out.
rally
My
scoring
bad.
game, because you tend to be unstacked the whole time, so you don't tend to switch sides. So there's definitely some game planning going on. 18-19 is getting really tight in the business end here.
Point.
Yeah, Bernie again trying to make a fake move there. Just consider playing a more conventional and play what actually worked for you. Yeah, well played, Marcia, well played.
Point.
So now both teams are frozen. They can only win a point on serve. Good hands there, Marcia. Really strong staying on that line, keeping your paddle up, because all the time they're going to be hitting from below the height of the net. You can always come down low on it. Yeah, well played, Bernie.
Point.
Really
Game.
good. A couple of drives there just to shake Mega back and then just take the pace off and get the ball low. Make it hard for it to
21-19.
get
Do y'all have your score sheets?
any kind of play on the ball
Did y'all
once the ball's
pick up
around
score
her feet.
sheets?
So that is game
Yeah,
one to the
Chris,
Nielsen
thank you,
Active,
Megan.
for the Nielsen Active England seniors team. We'll have the second mixed doubles pairing now of Lynn Jacobs and Chris Mitchell coming on for the Nielsen Active team, and the second team from People United India.
We got Chris on the right and Chris on the left. Okay. No. Go ahead.
Chris and Lynn.
Oh, Lynn. Yeah, Lynn. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Who's even, who's off?
Lynn, you got your serve
Lynn's going to be on the right.
LYNN?
Yeah, and y'all are over here. Here we go. Let's go. Time's up.
Who serves first?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Lynn, you like that one? Lynn, you go with that ball? Yes? Yeah.
Right.
We got it.
Good?
Yeah, damn, I thought her name, I forgot her name was. Yes, they're serving. You pick this end. Here, give me the center court here. Okay, game 2, time in, 0-0.
Okay, so we're back for the start of the second match in this fixture. We have Lynn Jacobs from London Pickleball
Side
and
out,
Chris Mitchell,
point.
who is Karen Mitchell's husband. I'm afraid I don't know who's playing for the Pickleball United Indian team. That information has been given to me. You can see how this team play compared to the position there. Now we have got a left-hander on the court, the female on the Pickleball United team, which will obviously put 4 hands through the middle. So it'll be interesting to see strategically how the seniors team approach
2-0. Side out, point.
Net call there, just favouring the England team. Good job of Lynn there staying in that hands battle.
1-2. Point.
We'd like to see a more conventional pickleball style from the England seniors team here. Lynn playing from London Pickleball has obviously got a strong pedigree of playing that classic third shot, drop the ball into the kitchen. And then the commentators currently try to draw something a little bit too low straight down the line, where you could traditionally they'll be looking at putting something a little bit more floaty in.
3-2.
Certainly that's more her natural game style, so I'd recommend sticking to that. Nice drive there just behind Chris.
Point.
He managed to just readjust his positioning slightly there and push it back down.
3-3. Side out,
Lynn just
point.
left that third a little high there. And then just the length of that player sitting on the tee there, just taking it and pushing it over.
4-3. Side out, point.
Chris just doing the classic left side alpha roll there and just cutting across the tee and taking it on.
4-4. Point. Five, 4.
Yeah, well, point there, sort of traditional pickleball point there, some thinking, hit the kitchen line, followed by a couple of speed ups until the point finishes.
6-4.
Yeah, Chris driving that third
Side
there,
out,
not quite
point.
getting enough on it. With that sort of slightly upward swing that he's got, where he doesn't have that
5,
more
6.
sideways paddle on his drives compared to some of the more tennis background players. As he can't quite get that ball over. Slightly fortunate net called on that point there, possibly putting the ball out, although it looked wide from the paddle.
Side out,
Not
point.
necessarily the impact of the net on that ball.
7-5. Point.
Yeah, again, Lynn just successfully staying in that dinking battle. I think the Indian team needs to look at not engaging in
8-5.
dink war, as that's going to be what the England team are going to want.
Side out, point.
Unlucky there, Lynn. That's a freebie. That's almost unforgivable
6-8.
in the rally scoring format.
Side out, point.
Yeah, again, Pickleball United this time round as compared to the same their own other teammates are really struggling to get those thirds on return.
9-6.
Those third shots in.
Side out,
Again, yeah,
point.
same again here. I think players are taking a little while to adjust to this. I noticed certainly when I was playing yesterday that
7-9.
everything was going either a little bit long. The ball does tend to fly in here, the X40 being an outdoor ball on an outdoor surface. Certainly seems to fly even longer than the other venues have played indoors with this particular ball. It does seem to just have a little bit more pace through the air, which is interesting because it's just a standard indoor venue.
8-9.
And certainly I think that's possibly what's affecting some of these third shots, that the ball's got a little bit more to it and players are struggling to get it in there. Now I see Lynn there was possibly going for the ATP, but obviously didn't let the ball go wide enough and let the ball drop.
9-9. Point.
Yeah, great drive there, straight through the middle. Get that confusion who's going to take that ball. Chris not quite
10-9.
fast enough forward to take that and dominate it.
Point.
Yeah,
Switch
nicely worked
ins,
play
1
there by
minute,
the Indian
timeout.
team. We've just got going to the break 11-9 up. Just started to move the England team around,
Practice
start
your drop serve.
playing
You
with
did-
the depth
you
of the
did
court,
one perfect.
with
The rest of them you did.
a lob thrown in there to obviously get
You
Chris
thought
going
about it a
behind to
whole
cover.
lot, and then you'd throw
And
it
then
down.
obviously Lynn's got a lot of court to cover there, and you're just kind of guessing where you can take the break.
There you go. That was good. Yeah, from whatever height you want to. Yep.
All right, thank you.
You brought.
Yeah, we've already won.
$15 seconds.
11.
So just
Okay.
presume after break 11-9
Time
to
in.
pick United
11-9.
Indian team. Unlucky
Point.
there, people. Unlucky there, the England team. Really great digging out and defence there. Couple of lobs up, a lot of hustle on that point. And just couldn't quite convert on their hard work.
$12-9. Side out. Point.
Great shot there by Chris Mitchell, just cutting across there, cross court between the pair. Obviously, there's a little bit of exposure on their position.
10-12.
There's a wider gap, so they weren't quite together. Anytime you're staggered,
Point.
that return's just been put out. So yeah, there was a slight mismatch in the depth position from the United team, that penultimate point, and it just meant that they
11-12.
were leaving a wider gap than they would normally do. So they give room to Chris to punch it through. Good dig there, Chris. Yeah, but couldn't successfully survive it again. Ball just joined our commentary position.
Side out. Point.
So they've tightened it to 13-12.
13-11.
Oh, lucky net call there for Lynn.
Side out. Point.
That shot didn't look, it had quite enough on it. It was looking it was going to possibly sit up, and the net will just intervene to make it
12-13.
really difficult for the United team to get hold of it.
Side out.
Chris, they've got to
Point.
give that a little bit more lift. They certainly try to get a bit of underspin on that. Not recognising the spin that came in with it and not adjusting for the surface and ball.
14-12.
Certainly, I think there's going to take a little bit of adjustment for all the players through their fixtures. And I'd imagine by sort of 2 or 3 games in, they'll be dialed into the way the ball and the court are going to perform.
Point.
Obviously, Lynn and Chris were here yesterday helping with preparations, so they didn't get as
15-12.
much on the court as some of our other players. That's a great shot by Chris Mitchell there. What a
Side out,
dig
point.
out, and gets a rule with the net cord there. You can see that Chris got pulled really wide, hitting that
13-15.
shot, and then him trying to recover back. Yeah,
Side
so
out,
he just didn't
point.
quite cover the middle on that. Put his return over to the incoming forehand, so that he went back inside and could punch through. Needs to be a little bit more
16-13.
sensitive on that return, on that third shot. Yeah, Lynn's lacking a little
Point.
bit of power on her volleys there. Her play style doesn't always suggest herself to
17.
putting away those higher balls.
17-13.
Certainly playing a predominantly dink-based game, she doesn't quite have the same number of reps in her repertoire to just
Side out, point.
really nail those higher balls to put away and finish them in one.
14-17.
Yeah, so just a
Point.
risky shot there from the Indian team trying to change direction. Understandably trying to keep it away from Chris Mitchell, but obviously making quite a large directional change off a soft dink. Short to the net gives you not a lot of angle to work with. You've got to put a lot more height on the ball to get it over, which can make things tricky.
Referee timeout, safety issue.
We just got a shoe issue here. I think Chris has got a problem with his shoes, so he's had to change into a new pair. Possibly that's been affecting his movement prior to this.
Yeah, where's Karen when you need him?
So our first timeout in a no timeout format. Obviously, equipment-based timeouts are legal in any format.
Okay.
Same as injury-based timeouts are legal in any format.
15-17.
15-17. Let's see if Chris's lucky shoes can make some change in fortune for the England team. Yeah, he definitely seems to be moving more comfortably now. Certainly his forward movement is seeming stronger. He seems to be better established on what he's doing.
16-17.
Go back to his trusty drop shot shoes. Oh. Yeah, good put away there.
Side out.
They just set up just a little high, and that's asking to be punished, and it was. I think Lynn ended up wearing that on her foot. So 18-16, getting to the finishing part of this fixture. Starting to find some players come into the venue. Just can see Andy Locke in the background there, Thaddeus' dad. Just coming to have a little look at what's going on in the blue top over there. Just in your top left-hand corner.
19-16.
That's an excellent lob there from Lynn Jacobs.
Point.
Really interesting strategic decision. That's not something you would typically see there, but obviously lobbing over the backhand side really helped.
17-19.
Right on that baseline, perfect shot there.
Point.
Yeah, we're now getting into where England team want to get to. If they can pull the, if the Nielsen Active English Senior team can pull Pickwell United team into a dinking battle, it gives them a much better chance of winning these points. It's where the strength lies. See there, Lynn again unable to punish that high ball. Yeah, and sets up the shot
Side
there.
Out.
So
point.
Now both teams are frozen at 2018, and the possibility to win the match is on the Indian team serve for winning that last point. So yes, unfortunately Lynn's not able to really exert enough punch on those higher balls to finish them off. It's an element of her game that if she could add
2018,
substantially improve her level by finishing points a lot earlier. And unfortunately, that's it got into the net. And it is 1-1 in this fixture between the Nielsen Active England Senior team and the Pickwell United Indian team. We'll be back shortly with the next fixture. Keep watching.
They're in charge of it, so we can throw those away as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I'll tell Chris. Hey, Chris. Chris, we may want to change this. Look at the bar here.
Straight down.
Oh.
It's okay with us, but just from what it looks like, if you know.
Yeah, I can see. Get one from there.
Just confirm that they were 20 and then they scored. Then
So they were serving.
Yeah, if they
Right.
were, right? and they're gonna have to win the point on this.
Right.
serve.
Okay, we're just about to join the second match. We've got the Franklin American team versus Viking Athletic English team. So in a Group A fixture, we have Spencer Lanier, Richard Livornese Jr., Emily Ackerman and Ali Phillips playing against Viking Athletic English elite team of Louis Laville, James Chowdhury, Freddie Powell, Thadia Locke and Molly Kubrick-Finney. It looks like we're going to be having Molly and Thadia leading off here against Emily and Ali. If you're on YouTube, we have got the live chat open here. So to confirm, the scoring format is a rally to 21, with the leading team freezing at 20. So if you're at 19-19, neither team is frozen. But at that point, it would be a 20-19 double freeze because you have the trailing team frozen at 18, or 19 in that circumstance. So just to confirm for people that are watching, with this format, it is the first team to 20 freezes, and then the trailing team will freeze at 18. If they're all at 19-19, then both teams will freeze at 20-19. So on screen now we've got Molly Kubrick-Finney, who is a tennis player converting over to pickle, who's been playing a few months, using a Yola paddle by the looks of it there. And next to her, we have got Ali Phillips, who's sponsored by Onyx, using some Skechers shoes there. Molly was out of the Sawbridgeworth Tennis Club. Her partner for this will be Thadia Locke, who is one of the most experienced female players in the UK, won loads of European medals. She's sponsored by Pro XR Pickleball and Skechers Pickleball. You'll see her using the Zane Navratil paddle there. And then we've got Ali being partnered by Emily Ackerman. Just want to see what paddle she's using there. Looks like it is certainly a raw carbon paddle. Is it possibly Yola by the looks of it?
Serving team, please select your game ball.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
Serving
a Yola that
team,
she's
please
using there.
select your game ball.
Oh no, no, it's a Valair. Looks like it's a
Okay,
Valair paddle
alright.
by the looks of it.
Just, yes,
I'm
come
sure
in
I'll be able to
for
work
a
that when we
quick
get
pre-briefing.
closer into
Hi,
commentary.
Christina. We have on the team, we have Emily and Ali serving, okay, and we have Molly and Thaddeus, okay. Assuming you've already checked your paddle on the USA Pickleball Crew.
There's no USA. We're not in the US.
Oh, okay. All right. So for the line calls, I'll be calling non-volley zone faults, service faults, and short serve. Players are responsible for making line calls on your end of the court. I will assume all balls are in unless you give me a loud prompt out call, which would be appreciated. At the end of the rally, you may appeal a line call. If I see it clearly, we will make the call. If not, by rule, the call stands. Do you have any questions? Okay. All right. Let's get into it, please. Thank you.
What was she saying that y'all weren't doing?
Not the USA Pickleball Crew paddle, I asked, and
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
okay.
Okay, so we're about to start now.
Okay.
Team Franklin to start at 0-0.
Okay. Time in. Okay. 0-0. Okay. Point.
Great block there by Thadia, unable to just sort of hit that reset dink over the net. But a good start
1-0. Side out. Point.
Oh, that's a tough side out there to lose the point. So 1-1.
1-1. Okay. Side out. Point.
So the early hands exchange is going to the Americans. 2-1.
2-1. Point.
And we're just unable to pick that ball off from the feet and dink it back over.
Point.
Thank you.
So
3-1.
3-1 to the Franklin American team.
Point.
Just got a little bit quick on Thaddeus there to get that down, so hitting the ball out because not quite able to get on top of that and punch through that. So 4-1 to the Americans. Yeah, good lead
Side
there,
out.
Thaddeus.
Point.
Ball too high there, just let it sail past you. No point to hit a ball that's going out.
2-4.
Nice shape on that third from
Side
Molly
out.
there.
Point.
You can see the curve from that topspin sheet on it, but just a little high on that, and that's going to get punished.
5-2.
Sitting on that backhand volley, they can be looking to counter punch that through with 2 hands.
Side out. Point. 3-5.
Molly resetting that with the classic tennis player's default bailout shot of the lob there, where possibly
4-5.
it would have helped, but they were successful to get away with that.
Point.
Yeah, now we're getting that ball a little bit lower over the net when they're trying to make contact for those volleys, which is causing challenges for the Franklin team.
5-5.
Anytime the ball's around net height, you've got to be careful if you're going to try and speed up on it. Yeah, that's gone.
Side out.
That was
Point.
set up from the first ball that was just a little bit too high, which then gave them a chance to really punch through on that second attacking shot above the height of the net.
6-5.
Good job with the England team just staying alive on that rally. Yeah, great backhand volley there from Molly.
Side out. Point.
Strong one-hander, good ready position, and punch right through that.
6-6.
Another 6-9 inches lower, and it would have been a whole different story. Unfortunately, Molly unsuccessful on the second attempt to do that punch. There, she's just a little bit further back from the kitchen, which makes it harder to get that ball down.
7-6.
Sending it a little bit wide just in the shot.
Point.
Yeah, great attack there to the forehand wing. Molly being forced to try and get a backhand
8-6.
side round to it when it's naturally a forehand volley there. Really good play there from Ali.
Point.
They did just a little bit too much on that. Not a lot, but just a smidge long.
9-6.
So now 9-6 the Americans.
Side out.
Emily unable to put
Point.
that away. You would have thought well, that ball was coming over her side of that. That was gone.
7-9.
Yeah,
Point.
good. Molly there played a really great drive that Ali had to go for from the commentary position here. It was possibly going a little bit wide, but had to go for it and able to force the pop-up error.
8-9. Side out.
Yeah, they're just able to get
Point.
quite round on that backhand to get the shape on it.
10-8.
Just got a little bit quick on her.
Point.
Showing there Thaddeus win the first
11-8,
field dinking
change
exchange we've
hands,
seen
1
between
minute.
the two teams on the side out of 11-8. So yeah, it's taken all this time, it's 19 points to get to any kind of traditional dink battle that we would see in pickleball for maybe 3-5 years ago. The game's certainly sped up, and you can see
time
that
out. Yes. Thank
the
you.
American style from the next gen players are trying to punch through and be aggressive on those strokes, and then keep that momentum going into the rallies. And what we're finding is that certainly in the UK game, we're modelling and mirroring what the Americans are doing, so that the game is getting to get slightly faster across the board. There's still a temptation to overhit those shots, so it's understanding the right time to
15 seconds.
tee off and where you need to target that, compared to the softer game where you've got a little bit more margin for error and where you want to direct it. Because when you're hitting a harder ball, it's almost always going up and
Time
into your
in.
opponent. So
11-8.
it means you've got to get it absolutely right, or they're going to have a good attack back on it. So 11-8 for the American team here. Good scramble there from Thadia.
Side out.
And the second thinking battle goes
Point.
to the UK team. So the Viking English team are now 9-11.
9-11. Point.
Wow. Almost just swung at air. I didn't see any net call particularly on that shot to ball to the path of that ball. Great drive there from
10-11.
Yeah, Molly getting tagged up.
Side out.
Able to just reset that
Point.
mid-court transition ball soft enough to protect a partner.
12-10.
Great shot from Thadia there. Just waiting for
Side
the
out.
slightly
Point.
shallower dink and push it through the middle. That's the first time that Ali kind of
11-12.
gone for inside foot rather than staying to Thadia's outside foot, opening up the middle to allow to drive through. And that's
Point.
possibly got inside ahead because we're now at 12-all and a missed return there.
12-12.
Time for Ali to kind of reset off those two errors. And that looked long as well. And they got away with it, so well done Thadia to sort of put the foot on there. So momentum shift
13-12.
here. Big boys all a game of runs. Yeah,
Side out.
that's a sort of counter there, but
Point.
Thadia taking a good aggressive move there, playing that alpha roll on the left.
13-13. Point.
Oh, good attempt there, Thadia, to just get that volley dink cross court and get it over the net softly. Just unsuccessful.
14-13.
Molly just unsuccessful that second volley dink there. Made a
Point.
good decision. She was looking to possibly punch that first ball and just let it
15-13.
bounce. Although she's not going to be able to get it without falling into the non-volley zone. Yeah, great smash there
Side
from Thadia,
out.
set up by that first drive
Point.
on the backhand. So forehand drive actually. And then there's nothing Emily can do with it sort of quick out of her feet.
14-15.
So 15-14 to the England team. Yeah, good finish there from Ali.
Side out.
Great hands battle there.
Point.
Really good lob defense as well there from Emily from that reset with Thadia there.
16-14.
Yeah, that's a great
Point.
poach across the right there, taking that ball off of Ali's forehand. Excellent aggressive play there from Emily, just being one step further ahead. So just taking that aggressive middle, jumping
17-14.
across the tee and using those two hands to punch it through. Yeah, Ali disappointed
out.
on that one.
Point.
Just shallow swing in there, a punch rather than kind of trying to shape it through.
15-17. Side out.
Yeah, Molly just
Point.
unable to readjust to get that to her forehand. Literally hit right on the midline was difficult. So 18-15.
18-15. Side out. Point.
Quite a crowd starting to form now in the arena. I can see
16-18.
all of the next gen team here supporting their players. Susanna Barr's just arrived in the corner of your shot there.
Side out.
Just a little bit off balance
Point.
when Thadia tried to play that volley. So not able to quite control all the momentum and get that ball over the net.
19-18.
19-16. What a great hands battle of Molly, just allowed to
Point.
keep that in. That didn't miss by a huge amount. Really quick
Correct.
hands there, so 20-16.
You have 20. 20-16.
Oh, well done, Thaddy, to get that back. Oh,
Point.
unlucky, and that's game to the
Game,
Americans.
match.
Yeah,
21,
nice exchange here.
16.
Thaddy showing her reaction
Winners,
skills there
Emily
just
and
to reach
Ali.
that ball for one more point, but just gave
Thank
them
you
the
very
chance to tag him again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So 21-16 to the Franklin-American team. The Viking listed English team about to start, which is going to be Freddie Powell and Louis Laville. And we've got Richard Laville and Ace Jr. and
So they hit 20. They're going to have to win it on the serve, right? Okay.
Maybe I might give just a split second longer for the receiver to get set. Just a split
Okay.
second. A split second.
Okay.
Not even a second. A split second.
Okay. Apologies. May I have your names, please? Louis, are you? Who's the even and odd side?
I'm even.
Okay, Louis. L-O-U-I-S.
Yeah, Elio.
Okay. I'm sorry. Freddie. Okay.
Yep.
Do they continue to do the coin toss, or they?
No.
Is Franklin's always serving this side?
Side.
Okay. So this is Franklin. Franklin left. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Serving team, please choose your game ball. Yes. Stop play, please. Yeah, may I have your names, please? Who's even or odd? You're starting?
I'm starting,
So
I'm
Spencer on
It's
the
on
right.
the right, yeah.
Okay, and Richard?
Richard, yeah.
Okay, please choose your game ball. You guys, Franklin, you guys serving from the left, right? Okay, 15 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, just confirm we have Spencer and Richard. On this side, we have Louis and Freddie, correct? All right, time in. 0-0.
okay, here we are about to start. 0-0.
Okay,
Yeah, just
Point.
long on that returner serve from Louis. So 1-0.
1-0. Point.
So we have the England team here of Freddie Powell and Louis Laville,
2-0.
and the American team of Spencer Lanier and Richard Laville Jr. Spencer to serve.
Point.
Yeah, an ATP left open there by Freddie Sting, just a little bit too wide. So it's really just kissing the sideline. There's
3-0.
always going to be an ATP opportunity.
Point.
Fred able to roll that backhand volley over. So an early 4-0 lead to the Franklin-American team.
4-0. Point.
Again, Freddie unable to get that backhand punch volley over. Maybe a little bit of early notice, needs to relax a little bit.
5-0.
Get into the point.
Point.
Freddie again trying to do a little bit too much for that dink. Just trying to
6-0.
get that a little bit too high, and sort of going a foot below the height of the net.
Point.
Obviously the movement there from the Americans. Just putting Louis off in his stroke, making it difficult to connect with the ball
7-0.
successfully. So after a 7-0 run.
Point.
Yeah, and even the reactions on the hands, they're going straight through the middle.
8-0. Point.
Again, hand speed there to the 4 from the American team there. Just getting on Freddie.
Nine zero.
And first point to the England team. They're well worked at and well stuck at. Really having to work hard to get anything from the Franklin-American team. Obviously, there's now 1 under the board. That's going to be really reassuring for the England team. Let's see if they can capitalise on this now. Yeah, good attack there from Louis on the backhand. Just waiting for the arrow pouncing and punching through. You can see there's an energy shift and change from Freddie.
2-9. Side out. Point.
Freddie again unsuccessful with that backhand dink. There's 3 or 4 sort of backhand dink areas
10-2.
that the American team's been trying to slaughter on Freddie.
Point.
And lucky net call there, just dropping
11-2.
really short, making it difficult.
Time
So
out,
it's 11-2
change
with the changeover. Let's see if the England team can
1 minute.
have a bit of reset. James Chadley, they're jumping in on them, boosting his team up.
Yeah. 15 seconds. Time in. Yes. 11-2.
Okay, so now back from the side out and change it. It's 11-2 to the Franklin team. Great speed up on the backhand volley there from Freddie.
Side out. Point. 3-11. Side
No,
out.
he just missed that fraction
Point.
wide there.
Twelve three.
An attempt
Point.
just punching that through Freddie. Just a fraction overextended on that shot. Unable to get it over.
13-3. Side out. Point. 4-13.
Oh, lucky net caught there.
Point.
Still in Richard a bit of a putt there.
5-13.
Freddie's
Side out.
backhand drive then not
Point.
tempting or causing any change into the American team there.
14-5.
Lovely play there. Freddie just, and Louis there. Louis just taking all the pace off the ball, give them no chance to get the ball in and up.
Point. 6-14.
Spencer in a big hustle, unable to get there. Yeah, good leave there
Side out.
by Spencer, not drawn into that
Point.
stroke. So Richard to serve.
15-6.
Oh, lucky neck on there from Spencer.
Side
Just
out.
gone a little bit wide, so 7-15.
7-15.
England team to serve. Yeah, Freddie just
Side
a
out.
little bit deep on that
Point.
pink, which opened up the attack onto Freddie, which he couldn't, to Louis, which couldn't control.
16-7.
Classic attacking head of you rather than cross court. Ah, that's an unlucky lead. That's a great shot from Louis. Just got it to land
Side
in.
out.
We should
Point.
obviously using the universal signal for an in ball.
8-16. Side out. Point.
Freddie unable to tag his opponent there, because that was never going to land in from that speed up. It's only really going to get it by
17-8.
forcing a reaction error from his opponent.
Side out.
Well done, Team England,
Point.
sticking at it there.
9-17.
Great thing there,
Point.
just getting his feet. Unable to control it, just got a little bit big on him, a little bit close. And Richard unable to adapt him quickly enough to that
10-17.
position. 10-17. What a lovely roll
Side out.
volley that was.
Point.
Superb angle, leaving no chance for the England team to get anywhere near that. 18-10.
18-10. Foot fault. Right foot. Right foot.
Foot fault called on the
Point.
England team. I thought the serve looked long. It'd be interesting to see a replay whether that was or
19-10.
not. Yeah, unfortunately, Freddie exposed down that
Point.
wing and unable to control the ball, leaving the ball too high and being punished by the Franklin team. So now at 20-10, match and fixture point.
20-10.
What a dig out by Spencer.
Side out.
And well stuck out by Freddie and Louis
Point.
to get that point over there. Great lob. Love to see a replay of that
11-20.
lob return. So scoreboard frozen at that point, so still
Side out.
20-11. You're only going to win your
20-11.
deciding point
20-11.
on your own serve. Yeah, and
Point.
just a little
Game.
bit
Match.
too much height on that last being attempted
21-11.
try to surprise the Americans and punish on that
Spencer
shot.
and Richard. Thank you very
And
much.
that is 21-10 to the Franklin American team, who will take a 2-0 victory against the Viking Athletic England elite team.
So
We're back for the next
Louis,
fixture
may I
shortly.
make a comment?
Stay tuned.
At the ball when it went.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
or gender mixed?
Really gender.
Gender? Okay. So serve or receive or end?
We will.
Wait, who's playing first? That's so got overruled on the captain. Well,
Y'all can consult.
who's
Serve.
Who's playing first? What match?
We're serving, okay?
You do that. Can we pick the match?
Okay. Which end? Stick here. Okay. And what's your official team name? Who are you?
APP.
Okay. And who are y'all? Ace?
Ace, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's gender. So
it's gender.
men or women? Women? Okay, fine.
Women?
2 minutes. 2 minutes warm up. Yep. That's it. I'm good. It's warm. There you go. Ivy, which side are you on? Right or left? No, we know which end. Right or left? Which side are you playing on? You'll be on the right? Okay, so the girl's name who's playing with Ivy? Aaliyah, that's what I thought. Not sure I spelled it right. And the girl playing with Riley? Ava. I knew that. Dadgummit. Oh. And your name?
Wonder if my mic will interfere with that one. They won't think so?
15 seconds. Would have been a push-off fault anyway, so just to let you know. Y'all are serving. Yeah. Yes. You good with that one, Ivy? Time in. 0-0. Point. One zero. Side out. Point. One. Side out, point. 2-1. Side out, point. 2-2. Side out, point. 3-2. Side out, point. 3-3. Point. 4-3. Side out, point. 4-4. Side out, point. 5-4. Point. 6-4. Side out, point. 5-6. Side out, point. 7-5. Point. 8-5. Side out, point. 6-8. Side out, point. 9-6. Point. But thanks, Caden.
Okay, apologies for some radio silence. The commentary team has had to take a short break, and we're now back part way through the two American teams, the APP team versus the Ace American team. I'm joined on commentary now by Sam Basford, my fellow master teaching professional. Good morning,
Side
Sam.
out.
Good morning.
Point.
How are we?
All very good, thank you. It's been exciting to be here.
It looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
So I think for us it was that whole coming back together and the volume of helpers last night getting everything ready. Obviously you can't quite see the scale of this event from the show court we've got here on Championship Court, but there's 40 courts across the whole of the Telford International Centre. Nice punch volley there from
8-10.
Now from Aliyah.
Side out. Point.
So
Switch
nearest
in,
the camera
1
we have
minute,
got
time
Ivy
out.
Shutter and Aliyah Brown, and we've got Riley Bonner and Ava Callist on the far side playing for the APP. We've just got the side change now at 11-8. Looks like the APP team have just got a small break ahead of the team here.
Yeah, it's looking like a fairly close game, I think. But, you know, both of these American teams, they know each other quite well. They're here on a trip together. So
it's almost like a big rec session then in some ways, because they know each other's game so well and train together.
it looks like they're still taking it pretty seriously, though, with some on-court coaching to try and, you know, keep this momentum going.
I think we've got to look at the American teams here are going to be the favourites to get through to the semis and the knockout rounds here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It just shows how the experience of that game being played for so much longer plays off at the level compared to obviously a relatively new sport in the UK that's sort of catching up fast, but it's only a few years behind.
11-8.
Yeah, and it's the overall quality of the players as well that, you know, the number of quality players they have is unbelievable. So
there's just performance environments everywhere you look, whereas there's obviously little pockets in the UK, but it isn't that same level of quality reps that you'll find.
It's a nice shot by Riley, trying to take that shorter angle, considering her opponents stayed back a little bit there, so trying to get that shorter angle, move them around a bit more, create a bit more space.
You also notice the quality of the resetting in the points and the ability to dig balls out.
Side out. Point.
There's just less dink errors being made in those kitchen exchanges, isn't there?
Yep.
10-12.
That's a great drop by Ivy, really setting up the shot for Alia there to put away.
11-12. Side out, point.
Sam, a common theme I've noticed in the early matches today has been struggles with thirds. I don't know if there's anything about the particular conditions that people find difficult, but certainly the Indian team was trying to get any thirds in over the net, either dropping or driving.
I think it's adjusting to the environment you're in. You know, some people won't be as familiar with the X40 ball as others. Some people won't be familiar with the court necessarily as others. It's a rollout court from Pickleball United, so tends to be a little bit grippier with the ball than some of the sort of normal outdoor courts you find in the US and around Europe.
Yeah, I noticed that it certainly seems to retain any spin that you put on it, whereas obviously some of the other surfaces, particularly in the UK playing on wood, that spin just dissipates the second it makes a contact with the surface. But over here on this particular court, so I was noticing that everything was coming back with more spin on it, and whatever you put on it was giving you sort of extra reward for your strokes.
$15-13. Side out, point. Fourteen, 15. Side out, point.
So 16-14 after that missed serve.
16-14. Point.
She's just got to try and let that go. Get back into these points, stay nice and consistent.
17-14.
Because with this rally scoring, the points and the score in the game can just run away from you.
Yeah, any kind of botched serve or return is just brutal in this format, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah.
Side out, point.
Just in the top right of your picture on the wide shot, you can see Chad Edwards, who is the
15-17.
coach of the next gen team.
Side out, point.
Did that land in, Sam?
I think it just
Yes, it did, just hit the
landed
line.
inside the baseline.
Really nice shot there from Riley.
18-15.
18-15.
Side out, point.
Again, another missed third.
It's going quite backwards and forwards at the moment. Not too many longer
16-18.
drawn out points. It looks like the teams are more focused on trying to get that quick win.
Oh, I
Side
really
out,
got that round the
point.
post, and that would have been an amazing get.
19-16.
Yeah, good speed
Point.
up there. Just for
Potentially going out. I'm not sure. We can't really judge the depth on here too well, but
20-16.
I'm going to take it as in as Alia hit it.
Point, game.
and game.
Yeah, just ran away from them a little bit there at the end, but a good game overall. Got a bit quicker
You bet.
towards
Thank
the
you.
end,
Well done.
but a great start for the APP American team, taking a 1-0 lead in the match against the Ace American team in the Duper Team Trophy.
So just got a short break here while the men's teams are warming up. In this format, obviously, you can have a choice of playing mixed or gender. Do you think there's anything strategic in that, Sam, between how you match your pairings?
I suspect for the teams, they're thinking about it quite a lot. It's tricky, you know, especially with the American teams, it's a little bit easier for them to match up appropriately, but for all of these teams who they don't really know at all, you know, they know a couple of the players, but there's 9 other teams that are competing in this Duper Team Trophy, and not many of them are known to get right.
I mean, wandering around, I've been looked at, obviously between commentary, I've been looking at some of the matches going on around the arena, and it seems to be generally gender doubles being played rather than mixed. If their default is that, I think they're defaulting to it's an easier and a less unknown option. Obviously, the first match here, the Indian versus England team, was a mixed doubles pairings.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that develops. I think it will be really, really interesting for us if we do get a mixed team, you know, on in one of these with these American teams, just to see the difference in the play style, especially against, you know, an English team or a German team. There's so many different playing styles that you get from all across the world. So it's really just seeing how those match up in gender and in mixed as well.
Do you think there are house styles from countries that the Germans play a particular way or the Brits play a particular way, based upon newer sports and how it's kind of taught early days from the grassroots up?
I think there's always an emphasis from the start on developing that short game, especially in countries where there's, you know, sort of a better access to coach education. You know, we're very lucky in England that Pickleball England have developed a fantastic leaders course that allows anyone really to learn how to introduce the game to new players, and you know, showcasing the importance of those shorter, softer shots.
Choose your game ball.
I think is really, really important.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both obviously deliver those for Pickleball England, and we've noticed that the number of people that actually come to us and say, well, I now understand the game is about the soft game and nearer the non-volley zone line, where it used to be all about power, 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 and they come in and thinking we can just whack a ball hard. And it's almost like everybody needs an education, but actually it's often a lesson learnt on court rather than actually in a classroom or in a coaching course. You need to actually see it happen. So we're just about to start here, and we have the Ace Pickleball Club to start playing first. 0-0.
So on the near side of the court on the right, you've got Cameron Luring, and on the left, Hayden Seaward. Serving is Jack Foster, and on the far left-hand side is another Jack Munro, who, if you watch very, very carefully, plays very ably with both hands, so he's completely ambidextrous. So it's really good fun to watch.
A bit like Wes Burrows?
A little bit like Wes Burrows. I think Jack Munro is probably a little bit better at it.
And of course, obviously, Jack is known on his Instagram for the highlight reels from some of his rec sessions and the ridiculous number of trick shots that he's working on.
1-2.
Yeah, it's so much fun to watch, and he's a really interesting person in pickleball as well, because he was a long time ago, sort of when I first started playing, he was the youngest 5-0 in pickleball. And then I think he took a break for a little bit, and now he's back, and he's looking sharp, working on all these trick shots. So I'm personally just fascinated to see what happens in this match and see what he can pull out.
We've already seen the sort of the juggling of his paddle, preparing to play this for us. Although to be fair, I am also guilty of that as a tick I've just developed. I find it kind of releases my grip on my paddle and softens it between points.
So we're at 2-3 with the Ace American team serving.
Oh, what a body back there. Wow.
And that shows you how difficult it is to play against somebody playing with two hands. He played the majority of the rally
4-2
on his left. You don't know whether it's coming as a forehand or as a backhand.
Point.
The Ace team here just have to reset a little bit, I think, get back into this rally, stay patient.
Side out.
And that helps out a lot.
Yeah, a botch third is always going to be helpful. Because not only to get the serve, but you get the point as well in rally scoring.
Just clipped the top of the net there, made it incredibly difficult at the pace. Caden's hitting the ball for Jack to do anything with it. That's great play from Jack Foster. He's
really got over, hasn't he?
If you watch these shots really carefully, the take back on his forehand is very much emphasized, and it gives him a great position to then hit in any direction from.
Point.
It's interesting. Jack Munro's got quite a compact, ready position. His paddle's really close to his chest there, where you typically see him a bit further out in front. Obviously, it gives him a little bit more forward momentum. He's going to try and punch through. Wow, look at the take back on that drive.
You can see the singles tendencies coming through.
Yeah. Wow, that's such a tennis shot, isn't it?
8-4.
Big whip through. But got the time to do that because you can adjust from the back of the court with a bit more time to change grips and positions.
Side out. Point.
There's a couple of really, really good resets in there from Jack Monroe. Just couldn't quite
5-8.
direct that third one over.
Oh, great drive through
Side
two
out.
hands again.
Point.
Now you're starting to see the difficulties of playing against a player who can play at a 5-0 level with both hands.
Sam, one would
Side
be
out.
enough for me, let alone both.
6-9.
So we're at 6-9 here in the second game. It's a great shot from Caden. Starting to catch back up, and they need this second game here. The moment they're 1-0 down.
7-9. Point.
It's a really good drop from Cameron, and it shows you
8-9.
that the ball doesn't have to be like incredibly close to the net for that drop to work.
Arguably, you don't want it too close. You want that margin of error and aim at the feet, get that depth in so they're always having to swing up. If you get it too short, it's on its way up and it's coming to you.
Side out.
Missed that one, but
Point.
a nice little run there from Ace, bringing it back to just 1 point difference.
10-9.
And a great drop from
Point.
Jack there. I think it just hit a little bit of
Time out. Change
a
in.
spot on the court, and the ball
11-9.
didn't bounce up too high.
1 minute.
But nevertheless, from that position, Jack Foster pulled out what looked from here like a pretty good third shot drop.
Yeah, just where the change of ends here, obviously with the venue that we're rolling the courts out, it's very, very good, but there are little spots here or there where there's either a duct or an access panel for something.
And that comes with it, you know, even on all the courts I've played in every sort of venue, whether it's leisure centres, schools, outdoor courts in the States, indoor courts in the States, you always find those dead spots across all courts. So it's not something that's just limited to
15
these
seconds.
rollout courts. And Pickleball United have done an amazing job in getting 40
Time
courts
in.
laid out
11-9.
in, I think, just 2 days. So
it was incredible, wasn't it, watching them just going up. I hope someone's done a
Side
time
out.
lapse of that. That would be incredible to
Point.
just lay a camera up there and just see it going over those 2
10-11.
days. How it just flooded through the venue, these sea of blue courts.
Side out. Point. 12-10.
that's a great couple of drives from Jack
Point.
there. The first one straight down the line. The second one a little bit off pace.
It had the angle, didn't it? So
did.
it forced them to play 'cause
13-10.
it's just slow enough to think, is that going in? Not being able to leave it. It's
Side
really running
out.
around that backhand side
Point.
to get to really work that forehand. That's been 3 or 4 times we've seen that.
And it's absolutely worth it for Jack Foster.
11-13.
That forehand has won them a lot of points in this game so far.
Side out.
There's
Point.
another missed third off of that forehand. And the APP team is
14-11.
starting to just run away with it a little bit here.
Great hands
Side
exchange there.
out.
Caden just getting on top
Point.
of it. Yeah, really nice punch volley.
12-14. Point.
That's a great spot from Cameron. I think Jack Foster was expecting that ball down the line.
13-14.
And Jack Monroe just didn't quite cover it.
Or miscommunication there. Who's taken that?
(15-13).
In the top left-hand side of your screen, you can see the owners of the UK Pickleball Shop, who also have a team in the Duper Team Trophy.
16-13.
Oh, the UK Next Gen team.
The UK Next Gen team.
Point. 17-13.
17-13. It's great play from Jack, switching that direction.
Yeah, so Freddie and Jack have obviously taken over from the pickleball stalwarts of Mike and Jane, who were really instrumental in getting equipment into people's hands in the early days. I know all my early paddles were through them.
Yeah, they are the official online retail store of Pickleball England, so we're incredibly, incredibly thankful for all of their support. And they have a fantastic shop set up this weekend. So if you're watching and you're going to be in Telford, pop over and give them a visit.
I must say the retail village is really good, isn't it? We've got obviously our title sponsor Skechers have bought every single size of pickleball shoe they sell for people to try on.
15-18.
But if you're coming here, everybody, they don't have the Tyson McGuffin shoes.
I think that's disappointed quite a lot of people.
Well, I actually went in, I was speaking to the Skechers team yesterday, and I said, have you got any of these shoes? Obviously, because I am actually wearing a pair of the Tyson colourway that you so gratefully got for me, Sam, in America whilst you're out there. And the phrase was, if I had £1 for every time someone's asked me for those shoes.
Point.
That forehand of Jack is still working the points really well. So we're at 20-15.
So Freeze hit match point on the paddle of Jack Monroe. Oh! the knuckle smash. What a reaction there. Oh,
that was a great point.
So good, Sam.
Not quite sure how Jack Monroe got to that ball, but that's why he's playing instead of me.
I've got to say that knuckleball smash is such an underrated shot if we could actually play those on demand.
That's a nice combo from Cameron there. Speeding up down the line, anticipating that second ball, and getting it straight down at the feet.
Point.
But it's a classic combo, isn't it? Something you want to try and go straight ahead.
Referee timeout.
Both teams are frozen. So, win by 1 in this format.
Time in.
18-20.
18-20.
Ace pickleball team to serve. Okay, so we're still at 20-18, and now game point and match point is on the paddle of Jack Monroe.
That's a great combo from Jack Foster there to finish the game.
21-18.
A bit of the old in-out speed up.
Jack and Jack.
So that is a 2-0 victory to Team APP. We'll be back with the next fixture shortly.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
are just going to stay on that side. I expected more of an audience. I don't know. There's something.
Okay, we are back with our next match. In the red, currently doing the hugs over the net, we have Louise Stevens. And with the blonde hair is Susan Evans.
Oh,
and on
okay.
the far side in the
playing?
blue,
Oh, cool.
very specially,
Okay.
we have a pair of twins. So
Y'all-
with the
you're
darker
sorry.
hair is
First time
Kelly
you'd eat part of a
Cannings,
banana.
and the blonde hair is Linda Randall.
Oh, that's a really good banana.
Team Finland, which is sponsored by Head, won the toss and chose gender doubles for this fixture.
Time in.
And we have the illustrious
0-0.
Ron Ponder as our referee. 0-0.
Side out. Point.
It's a good start for Wales.
1-0.
If you watch Louise Stevens in the bottom right-hand side, she's very, very good at moving the ball around and making her opponents hit one more shot.
Point.
Fun fact for you, she also used to play football for Wales, hence
2-0.
her reason for being on the Welsh pickleball team. She currently lives in London and she runs London Pickleball,
Point.
which has over 400 players now on the list. But she's always played sport
3-0.
all the way through her life. And she's a really, really good
Side
advocate
out.
for pickleball
Point.
in the UK and across the world.
1-3.
We're at 1-3 with Linda serving.
Point.
And this game will see a lot of dinking. Linda and Kelly are very, very strong dinkers.
2-3.
Louise Stevens absolutely loves dinking. It's her favourite thing to do in the world. And
Side
Susan
out. Point.
has a little bit more flair, but she's still very, very solid at the net.
Well, Sam, this is a very London
4-2.
pickleball-centric fixture, isn't it?
It is. We've just been talking about how much London pickleball is growing and how Louise is very
Side
much
out.
responsible
Point.
for that.
3-4.
And it's a great community at London Pickleball. I think this weekend there's about 75 players who have come up from London. and I think they're the biggest cohort of players from across the country. So it's a real testament to Lou, and I'm sure there'll be some medals in there. Just what a great job she's done, and I'm sure we'll continue to keep doing as well.
Of course, it does help being London, being the capital city, means it draws and sucks up a huge number of players.
Absolutely.
From that area. Anytime there's a London Google search, in it comes.
4-5.
There are rumours, Sam, that next year Farnham may be looking to do some stuff. Oh, look, a lovely lob there. But there's rumours that Farnham in Surrey is looking to possibly try and challenge the dominance of the London pickleball teams.
5-5.
Yes, London pickleball tend to be quite dominant. They have loads and loads of sessions every week, and Louise gives them a great starting point to be able to improve. She's a fantastic coach. But there are other clubs who are up and coming.
6-5.
And it's very, very exciting to see the level in the UK always improving. And it's shown really in the number of entries this year for the tournament, but also the standard of those entries.
7-5.
And the number of higher level entries as well. So it's really exciting time for pickleball in the UK, in Europe, in Asia. You know, America has done a fantastic job of giving us that starting point, and now it's sort of up to us to work with it and improve across the board.
Sam, have we got any African nations competing over this weekend?
9-5.
You've stumped me there. I actually don't know.
I think we could call Hans and Suzanne March from Zimbabwe. It's a possibility for there. So we've got another continent covered, but obviously it's very much early days there, isn't it, over in Africa? There's a lot of stuff in Uganda, I seem to remember.
Yes, Uganda has some really good ambassadors for pickleball. I know there's some stuff going on in Egypt. There's a Cairo Pickleball Academy, and I was lucky enough to meet the people responsible for that. And they're doing some really good stuff there. There's some, you know, pickleball in South Africa.
7-9.
So it's really getting to the point now where we're quite close to getting the number of countries playing that we need. And now it's just a case of, you know, getting their federations set up, making sure, you know, their organizations are democratic, that they work to grow the sport. And then as soon as we get to that point is when we can start looking at Commonwealth Games, Pan Am Games, Olympic Games. So
switch ins.
We're at 11-8 here at the switch over to the Finnish team. There's been some really nice dinking. A couple of serves out from the Welsh team that are just providing a couple of extra points and giving the Finnish team a little bit of a lead.
You would kind of put the twins as a favourites in this team, being that little bit younger and playing together so much, whereas Lou's sort of having to create a new partnership with Susan.
Yes, and Susan spoke to me this morning and she was a little bit nervous, so there's going to be still a few of those nerves hanging around, but all things considered, I think she's doing a really, really good job playing in a level she's never played in before, proudly representing Wales, and you can see the Welsh contingent over there on the right-hand side of the screen. They're cheering on every single point, and they're really, really enthusiastic.
I can see Kath over there. Is that Rachel over there I can see?
Yeah. Loads of really good ambassadors for pickleball. I'm sure if the Welsh team go on a run of a few points here, that the Welsh supporters will be up cheering, clapping, shouting, maybe even waving that flag.
11-8. Time in. 11-8. Side out.
Yeah, nice ding there from Lou, just getting across. Forcing the error on the backhand.
9-11.
Yeah, the high ball punish there.
Side out, point. (12-9).
We appear to have a Nick Pomry head appearing through the curtain to the right of us, Sam. And of course, whenever we have Nick Pomry appear, what do we have to say?
Yes, coach.
13-9.
Oh, that seems to have summoned him across to our position. Yes, Nick is one of our characters in our coaching circle in the UK. Oh, there we go. Here comes the flag wave from the Wales team.
10-13. Side out.
Oh, it's unlucky there with the lob. Louise thought it had landed in.
14-10. Side out.
That's a successful drive there from Kelly. Just a little low for that.
I told you they'd get excited.
11-14.
Sam, were you anywhere near them when you had your short break from the commentary position?
Point.
You know, I knew that it was in them. It just needed teasing out a little bit.
15-11.
15-11. Little lead for the head finish team here.
Side out.
Gone by the side.
Point.
That is almost like a cursed position. That's exactly the same serve that
12-15.
Sue put in there. Exactly the same spot a few points back.
That's really good play from Susan there. She noticed that ball was behind her, took the time, took the step back, made the safe shot decision.
Pushed it wide, just enough, but not too much. Get Linda, get Kelly off balance, and then off you go.
Side out. Point. (16-13).
Great put away
Side
there.
out.
Didn't have a huge amount of pace in it, but just in the right location to make it awkward.
And now just 2 points
14-16.
separate the two teams. Getting into the crucial stages now.
Just a little bit wide on that dig.
Point. That ball was in.
And an overruled call there from Mr. Ron Ponder. Takes it to within just 1 for Wales.
15-16. Side out.
That sounded like a bad contact on Louise Peller, then didn't quite get it out of the middle. So that slightly plonky sound you sometimes hear.
Yeah, a bit of a big change of
17-15.
direction as well, which I wasn't the biggest fan of in that situation.
Sam, are we ever a fan of a big change of direction on a pickleball court? Good hustle there, Lou, getting out of the way. Unfortunately, Susan able to put the second one away.
So they've just regained that 3-point lead now, so it's a really
18-15.
critical time for Team Wales here.
What a great return that was on the line. Can Wales keep the Finnish team back? Yeah, great angle there from Susan.
Side out.
Just got
Point.
Kelly off balance again, wasn't it?
And it had been great play from Kelly up until that point in the rally. Her resets have been really solid.
16-18.
Oh, Lou, that's a bit speculative.
Side out.
A
Point.
little bit ambitious from Louise Stevens there. I think she's been watching me play a little bit too much.
19-16.
Well, Sam, did you hit them out as well?
A little bit closer than that, but generally they're not that good at finding the line.
Oh, well done,
Side
Wales
out.
on that one. Well done.
Point. (17-19).
17-19.
Oh, another miss serve again.
Side out. Point.
That's real scoreboard pressure, isn't it? That's put match point on their paddler, the team.
20-17.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's really been quite intimidating for Susan, I think. It's the first time, you know, she's had this much of a spotlight on her play.
Point.
Even with Louise as an incredibly reassuring partner, I think she's still finding it quite tricky
18-20
to get those points started. But once she's in them, she's playing really, really well.
Good, get there, Lou.
Oh, what a
rally. Shot. What a shot.
Side out.
I lose down praying almost.
Louise is asking why Linda didn't go around the post.
Because that's what you wanted, Lou, that's why.
20-18.
Both teams are frozen now. Oh,
point.
no.
Game.
I just felt a couple of shots back. Susan could possibly try to put that away and could be ruin that opportunity passed up by putting that dink into the net. So a 21-18 victory to the head Finnish team, with the Welsh Dragons Welsh team pushing them close. Obviously a lot more conventional kind of game we would see, a pickleball with a lot more dinking, a very much a British style game between four
I'm sorry,
Brits.
but I don't have time to take a picture. Guys, y'all are going to be on your own. Because
what a surprise, Lou wants a photograph, Sam.
Especially with the Welsh flag.
Do a good play fair.
So the head Finnish team are 1-0 up. And next up will be the men's doubles after a quick, short break.
Go find out what the deal is.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Tomo wants me to, because I've never reffed him in a match. So on center court with Ron Ponder reffing him. It's a bucket list thing, don't you think? Yeah, with me reffing. Yeah. Or I won't do this, or I'll leave. Lou, is that the first time I've ever reffed you? I think it may be. Yeah. Well done. Good job.
Thanks for calling that one in.
Good job.
Do you know what? I really wasn't sure, and I thought, well, if they ask, if you don't ask, then it's out, isn't it?
You're not asking because you think they're cheating. You're asking to see if I saw it. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she caught it, and I'm like, I wonder why she didn't play that. Did she think that ball was out? I called point. And but you know, if it hadn't been a dink, if you had volleyed that, I would have stayed watching you or her, Susan, who hit it, and I never would have seen that.
Yeah.
So that's what's frustrating people. Raph, did you see that? No, I'm watching over here. Yeah, I didn't see it at all. So. Lose, I think. And that's nice and light. It's light. Yeah, I think so. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. $30 ago. I know. One time I went on a court, I didn't have my watch, so I just used my key fob. 15 seconds. No one knows. You're serving, you're serving from this end. Yep.
Okay, we are back for the second game in the Welsh Dragons versus the head Finnish team. And just so you know who the 4 players on court are, on the top left-hand side we have Tuomo Antikainen, who is a very, very good tournament director, runs an incredible Finland Open, but also a Christmas Games, which is great fun as well. On the top right we have Jarkko Valin, who lives, I think, somewhere close to Lapland, so could be Santa in disguise. In the bottom left we have Neil Hopkins, who has been playing for a very, very long time, a really seasoned over 50s player. And the bottom right, or facing the camera right now, we have Tony Williams on the bottom right of your screen. I don't know much about Tony, I'm not going to lie, but from what I've heard, he's a very, very solid player, very consistent.
Yeah, nice.
And a great forehand.
With a nutmeg.
Nice little bit of footwork there from Tony to create himself some space. So we're at 2-2 early on.
So I've got a little bit of advanced scouting in this particular game, Sam, that I'm playing Tuomo on Saturday in men's doubles.
Side out, point.
So one of the perks of commentary is you do potentially get to size up some opponents. I've got Mr. Mitchell twice this weekend.
That was a great block from Tony there.
Point.
Nothing else really moved apart from his paddle.
3-3.
Got the ball straight down.
Does Neil serve with, I just noticed Neil serves with like a forehand backhand.
Side out, point.
Yeah, it's like the backhand side of his paddle.
On the forehand wing.
On the forehand side. I think he's had a couple of injuries, Neil, and I think one of the things he struggled with, well, a couple of the things, one was his shoulder and I think another was his elbow. So he's had to adapt the way he serves to account for his ability to move.
That's a bit like Richard Strange that we both know has had a similar situation. He's trying to work his forehand back into his game.
There's always one.
Yeah, there's a bit of housekeeping being required.
4-4.
No hurdles events for Neil in the future, I don't think.
That's great play from Tony there, staying on the front foot, being aggressive.
Thank you, camera and gentlemen.
Taking his shot straight to Jarkko.
5-4. Point. Six, 4. Point.
Team Wells got away with that. That first drive was very high. That's a great second drive from Tony.
7-4.
We're quickly learning about Tony now. And that forehand seems to be a bit of a weapon.
Certainly they seem to be targeting Tuomo's chicken wing there. Certainly up high, he seems to be struggling with that at the moment.
8-4.
I think it's just a case, like we said earlier, of adapting to your environment.
Point.
It's playing with a different ball.
9-4.
In Finland, it tends to be a bit colder, so the ball acts differently.
Oh, that's in as well from Tony.
Point.
That forehand is an absolute weapon.
It looks pretty innocuous until he hits it.
They've got to try and keep it away from that forehand. It's one Wales, probably 4 points so far.
And he's also drop serving with it as well, isn't he?
Point. Switch ins. Timeout. 1 minute.
And that's halfway, 11-4. Rob, what do Team Finland need to do here to get back into this game?
They've got to soften the game. At the moment, there's not a lot of dink rallies going on. And what I'm noticing is that anytime there's hands or any kind of pace being hit, it's always coming out on Wales' side. So you've got to try and keep away from Tony's forehand, try and just bring him in and not allow him to rip off the back of the court, which seems to be a successful tactic at the moment.
And I think as well, hopefully it would be a nice and easy change, because Tony's forehand is on the outside of the court. So as long as they can keep it away from that third, the outside third of the court, they're keeping it away from Team Wales' main weapon. And then Wales are then going to have to adapt as to what they want to do next.
I mean, occasionally he's been sort of coming almost onto the centre line and taking a rip from sort of 55% of the court.
Time in.
It'd be interesting if strategically they start to think about that.
11-4. What?
So now we're getting a better view of that backhand forehand from Neil.
Here we go. 11-4. Point.
Again, another drive. Swam again, struggling with that.
Yeah,
shoulder attack.
He's just got to leave one of them to get into the groove. I think, again, like we talked about other people.
There's the forehand again.
That's great aggressive play from Wales. They've got their strategy, I think, nice and clearly.
That's a great punch volley on the backhand there, just to get that pop up. A big lean on that shot as well. That's out.
Point.
So the run's still going.
A 10-point gap now for Wales. That's much better from Finland now.
They pushed them wide and finally generated an angle to
and they've just got to manoeuvre the ball. If they can get to the net, manoeuvre that ball around. Jarkko and Tuomo are very, very strong dinkers between them.
I mean, Jarkko was working really hard to get that ball over, wasn't he? So here we go. Now, this is where they want to try and push the situation.
And again.
Yeah.
Point.
Often, Sam, it's not about playing your game, it's about playing what your opponents don't like. Yeah, lovely play there. Use the angle, come in, invite them to come back into the hole that isn't there, and then bang, outside Tony's forehand wing.
So now we've got a nice counter strategy from Finland and Jarkko. It seems to be a real concerted effort to drop that ball onto the backhand of Neil Hopkins and get into the net.
There we go again. Oh!
Side out.
Just an uncloned bounce off the net there. So the closer bit of the gap now, Sam. If they can keep that strategic intention going, I think they're going to get it a bit closer, don't you?
I think so. I think so.
Point.
It's just those high balls that are still proving quite tricky.
(16-7). Side out. Point. (8-16).
Oh.
Side out. Point.
Unlucky Team Finland there. Some good resetting from Jarkko. Just unable to capitalise on that. So now 8-17.
17-8. Point.
There's been a few missed returns from Team Finland in this game. And I think a lot of it has come down to almost a little bit of frustration that the game just hasn't quite gone their way so far. But it's a really good answer from Wales to that first game. They know they needed to win this game to draw the fixture.
They've really gone hard, haven't they? So they've really just been aggressive and ballsy and not been afraid to rip at those balls they feel they can. Oh, and that's gone out. Absolute sitter missed again.
So a match point now for Team Wales at 28.
Side out. Point.
Well, double bounce. Was that a net call?
It was called out by Tuomo.
9:20.
9:20.
Okay, so now with this format, Sam, it's interesting that it's very easy for the Finnish team to get on a run and get back, because also you can only win a point on serve now for the Welsh Dragons.
Side out.
Yeah, so serve now on their paddle. I wonder if Tony can put another one of those ripping forehands in off the bounce for his serve. Oh, actually volleyed it. Ah, an interesting strategy.
Another missed return there.
But what's interesting there, Sam, is that Tony been drop serving nearly all of his serves and just throws in this single softer volley serve, forced them to overhit it.
I hope it was working.
Sometimes just that simple change to something more basic can have such a huge impact.
And look at those Welsh fans. They're so pleased with that result.
Backhand to that corner.
The flags were waving.
Yes.
So that leaves that game overall at 1 game.
You got a good partner.
And I don't know if that will help either team overall, because there is some tough competition in their group, but it gives them both a starting point that they can work with.
Yeah, they've obviously got the Italian team, the Indian team, the seniors in this group, plus obviously 2 of the APP teams, which is obviously going to be a real challenge for them. We'll be back shortly after these breaks.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
Anim Israel, shalom.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Okay, so you join us back for the second game for Team Italy, which is sponsored by Scan, against Team India, sponsored by Pickleball United. And Team India in the first game, as you may have saw, took a 1-0 lead. And as you can probably see, the team that won the toss elected for mixed doubles, and that is the same strategy that India took in the first game. I've not yet asked them why. And Rob has left the commentary box to go and do some warm-ups, so instead we are joined by the fantastic Elaine Shawcross.
Hi Sam, great to be in the box with you, and I'm really looking forward to this match. I've been totally impressed by what I've seen so far. I actually watched the last game from the sideline, and the pace at which some of these shots fizzed along were absolutely outrageous, so it's just amazing to see such fantastic level of pickleball being played in this country.
Yeah, and Elaine, you've had quite a good pickleball year, haven't you? Tell us a bit about what happened earlier this year.
Oh yeah, tremendous really. I was very surprised to be awarded a BEM, which is the British Empire Medal in King Charles's birthday honours list. And of course I'm absolutely thrilled for myself, but I'm even more thrilled for pickleball because it's the first time it's been recognised in any arena officially, certainly outside of pickleball circles, so hopefully we can build on that and gain more publicity for our lovely sport.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And for those of you who don't know Elaine, she's been one of the longest term pickleball ambassadors in the UK, but she also runs the Thailand Open every year. And you actually live out in Thailand for a little bit of the year, don't you?
Yeah, we spend the winters there. I don't like cold, wet weather, so it's an ideal opportunity to get some sunshine and some warmth. You know, the older you get, the more you need that for your bones. But, you know, I mean, Thailand is where I picked up the game of pickleball and learned to play there under the guidance of Alison Fulton, who obviously played out in the villages. So Alison taught me to play, and I was really pleased to be able to bring back that game to the Northwest.
Fantastic. So on the court for the Italian team, we have the brother-sister duo of Pep Giuliano and Antti Giuliano. They're very, very well known. Couple of people in the UK pickleball circuit, if you like. So they're on the top half of the court on screen now. And for the Indian team, we have Isha Lakhani, who is currently off screen. She's just come back on in the blue visor. And then we have Vanshik Kapadia on the left. So we're starting off at 0-0.
It's a little bit daunting for some of these players to come onto the centre court with the spectators and the stand to the left. I know I've spoken to a couple of players already who just find it, you know, need a few points to get into the pace on this court. Not many people here at the moment, but I'm sure it's going to fill up as the day builds.
And I think we've seen that reflected a little bit in the play, haven't we? There have been a few serve problems, quite a lot of returns going long, and it's completely understandable because a lot of these players are making up a team to a level that they'd not normally play at. You know, it's very, very intimidating coming into the venue, seeing all of the courts, the fact you've got some of the US, you know, best young players here. It can be really, really difficult to to get going and to find your your normal game and your consistency.
In that last rally, there was a tremendous overhead shot from Van Schick, who stepped out to the sideline to make sure he didn't go into the kitchen. He was very court aware, and there's some great young talent coming out of India. They've been playing quite a long time in India, longer than we have here in the UK, and of course the game has really, like the rest of the world, has really developed, and some of the young talent coming out of that country is absolutely incredible.
And again, we're lucky enough to see some of it at the English Open, and there's not too many tournaments that sort of transcend across Europe and Asia. I think the Thailand Open is probably one of them. You get quite a few coming over from Europe, and I think this is the first time really we've had a strong contingent come over from Asia to an English tournament for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right there, Sam. But for a long time, it's been the ambition of many of the Asian players to come to Europe, and of course the way that the build-up for the English Open has been going, it's seen to be one of the tournaments that people want to play in. So it's been on their playlist for the year, and a lot of players have set their in their sight that they needed to play in this one. And of course, with over 1,000 players. I think it's 34 nations really that are represented here, which is incredible. And same with the team competition, with the teams from Venezuela and India, and some, as you say, made-up teams. The team vibe is absolutely excellent right through the hall.
Yeah, and Team India have been lucky enough to, I think, work with Pickleball United, who have also provided the courts for the English Open this year. So we're very thankful, first and foremost, to Pickleball United for working with Pickleball England to enable us to make our tournament much bigger and come to this venue, and also for working with these Indian players to allow them to come over as well. So we're at 10-3 here, a bit of a slow start for Team Scan, the Italian team. What do you think they can do to sort of try and get into this game a little bit more?
I think they've really just got to slow the game down. As it stands at the moment, it does seem a bit rapid and all a bit high fire. Of course, that was a great shot from Antti there that she put down at the feet of her opponent. But there's not much of the what we call the short game going on here. And I think you've really just got to try and exactly that shot there. Just put the ball in the kitchen, in the feet, and let the ball then hopefully be popped up for you to have an attacking shot. Oh, Peps will be disappointed with that one, putting the serve in the net. And it's now a change of ends. So that means the Pickleball United team are 11-5 in the lead at the change of ends.
So at the switch of ends, we are at 11-5 to the Pickleball United Indian team. And like you said, Elaine, I think when Pep and Antti have been able to slow that ball down, they've seen a little bit more success. But the faster game and the prowess from Van Schick and Isha at the moment seems to just be proving a little bit too much.
Yeah, I would agree. It's almost like steamrollers coming over the net. It's very difficult to control the ball. And like I said, new court, new environment, different atmosphere. It takes a little bit to pick up the pace of the game. And, the Indians that we play predominantly outdoors with outdoor balls all the time have certainly got the advantage on this stage.
So let's see if Team Scan, the Italian team, can use this serve now to try and leverage themselves back into this game a little bit.
Great attacking shot there from Vrancic down the middle. Again, the power is coming through from the Indian team, put the Italians on the defensive. Again, another disappointment there for Peps. He had a good opportunity there to put the ball away and it just clipped the top of the net. I think sometimes when you get behind in a game, you can try too hard, and sometimes even the simplest shots become a bit more difficult.
And I think that's what they've just got to focus on now, keeping those serves in, keeping the returns in. Everything sort of towards the middle, not flirting with the sidelines, and just making sure that they're making the Indian team hit one more ball every time. Because as we've seen, once Pep and Antti get into the net, I feel like they've almost got a little bit of an advantage. Yeah. But it's just actually getting there that seems to be the problem at the moment.
Well, we just saw again from the last rally, the ball was in the kitchen, and the Isha put the ball into the net from the dink. And again, with rally scoring, you know, that would give you the point. It's not all about the hard-hitting, winning shots. Sometimes it's about keeping the pressure on and drawing the mistake from your opponent. And consistency is what's going to win the day in these team competitions.
So we're at 17-18 now, a little bit of an extended lead for Team India. That was a great serve from Vrancic. It really set him up for that short third ball to drive.
And the pace of that drive was too hot for Antti to handle, and unfortunately the ball was in the top of the net from the volley.
It's just running away from Team Italy now.
Very impressed with Vrancic at the front of the court. He's very kitchen aware, and any danger at all of his momentum taking him into that kitchen area, he's away to the side of the court and making sure he doesn't make that mistake and give a fault away.
Serve out on match point there from Isha, so we're at 9:20. Let's see if Team Italy can go on a bit of a run here. Great play from Isha, picked the right ball there, above net height, straight ahead at Pep, and got rewarded for a good choice. And that's game to Team India. A valiant effort from Team Italy, but I think overall it was just the pace of the game that sort of got away from them, and just not being able to quite deal with those harder shots that were coming at them when they were at the net.
Yeah, the pace of the drives were absolutely incredible, and you know, when you're so close to the net, sometimes you just need to give yourself a little bit of extra space, step back, just to be able to handle the heat off those drives. But yeah, it was a great performance by the Indian team, and they thoroughly enjoyed thoroughly deserved their win.
Perfect. So we will take a quick short break, and after that we will have the next match up. See you in a bit.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
So welcome back to another game in the team competition, and this match is between Viking Athletic, the team from Sweden, and Alessi, the team from France. They've just started. The score is 0-0 with Cyril serving from the left. Again, remember folks, it's rally scoring, so the scores tend to change pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is all the same team. Yeah, that's daughter and mother.
Okay, we are back with the next Duper Team Trophy match between the Viking Athletic Swedish team and the LS French team. So on the far side for the French team, on camera we have Evie Kenner, who is from the UK but has spent the last few years out in one of the Carolinas, I think, playing football, I believe. And her partner for this game is Theo Platel, who is one of the French Platel brothers. Very well known in European pickleball circuit. They play together, very consistent. Just as I say that, he hits the ball in the net.
You jinxed him then, Sam.
But generally very consistent. And then serving for the Viking Athletic Swedish team, we have a stand-in Swedish player whose name is Emma Robbins. Emma plays at London Pickleball. And Emma's partner is Wilhelm Darlin. And Wilhelm is, I believe, the son of the second Swedish man to come on after this game. So that's the background on the players.
It's amazing how many family connections there are coming through in pickleball. There are a number of mother and daughter concepts here as well, and we've also got a couple of father and son. In fact, we've got 3 generations of one family with son, dad and granddad.
Yeah, and I should also mention Evie, who's just about to serve. Her mum is the second woman in her team as well, Helen, so she'll be on in a little bit.
Some of the teams that have arrived here have not been able to fulfil a team from their nation, so they've recruited from the ranks of the English and UK players who have been more than happy to stand in and get the experience of some team high-level pickleball.
A nice rally there, unlucky from Emma. And the LS French team are out to a very quick 9-3 lead.
Great put-away shot there down the middle from the French team. Been looking for that pop-up shot and took advantage of it straight away.
Very, very punchy, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Very short backswing.
Yeah, he was ready to unravel that one straight away. Short backswing, just punched it through and was quick, ready in his ready position in case the ball came back. It didn't, but he was ready just in case.
Nice aggression from Evie there, sort of playing on the front foot, getting into the net and really taking the ball onto Wilhelm.
Very subtle shot there. It just goes to show that placement sometimes over power is certainly the better option.
So Elaine, do you think there's much that the Swedish team can do at the moment? The French team are obviously playing very well, keeping the ball in the kitchen and then picking their moments at the net to attack. What do you think the Swedish team can do?
Well, I think it's like in the last game. They've got to soften the game out, try and keep the ball in the kitchen themselves, nice and soft hands, keeping the ball low. Try and get your opponent to lift the ball a little bit and give you some attacking opportunity. But again, the pace on the drive shots, there we go again, is very difficult to handle. And unfortunately, Emma in that case just couldn't take the heat of that drive. And very quickly, the French team have got away.
An attempt at a trick shot there. I think he knows he's quite comfortable with the score.
It would have been wonderful had that come off. It's always great to see a nice trick shot come on camera.
We were talking about trick shots earlier because we had Jack Monroe on the court, who is obviously completely ambidextrous. So even we didn't know whether he was going for a right-handed forehand, a left-handed forehand, a right-handed backhand, or a left-handed backhand.
Well, I've not seen him play yet, but I'll certainly look forward to that. It's great when some, variety and some character comes into a game. So I'll really look forward to that one.
A little bit wild there from Theo. I think he just hadn't quite made his way into the net before taking the volley.
You will also notice that the French team are doing some signalling behind back to give position on court. If you see Theo, when he's up at the net, he signals whether he's going to stay on that side or whether he's going to move across. We've seen this kind of thing in tennis for a while, and it's made its way into pickleball. Pickleball, as it's professionalised, has started to use some of the teamwork advantages that have come from other sports, and that's something to look out for.
So the less French team up to 19 here, looking to close out this game. Little change up from Theo with the third shot lob. What do you think of that, Elaine?
Well, I think it's a shot you see more and more in pickleball. I'm not necessarily a great fan of it on the third shot, but certainly an attacking lob is a major part of the game these days, certainly from the front of the court. So, yeah, I think we're seeing that more and more.
And the French team finish it off to take the first game 21-7. So the Swedish team are going to have to come up with something here to try and get that tie back to a draw. So in the Duper Team Trophy, each match consists of just 2 games. So there's a coin toss at the start, and the winning team can choose serve, receive, side, or whether they want to play gender doubles or mixed doubles. And from that, we then played 2 games in that format, so either a men's and a women's doubles or 2 lots of mixed doubles. In each group, we have 6 teams. Some of them are truly all from their named country. Some of them, as Elaine said, are sort of stand-ins, mainly from the UK. So we're very much looking forward to this second game to see if Sweden can pull it back and try and stay in the tie and maybe progress then from the group afterwards.
The interesting thing I've noticed, Sam, is when the toss has been won, the majority of teams seem to have elected for the mixed doubles concept rather than the level doubles. And I've been wandering around all morning. I've actually only seen one match where they've selected to play the level doubles.
I think a lot of the problems that some of the teams have had with their availability of players, especially the women, is where they've had their problems. So I think a lot of teams are electing to use their dominant men and split across the mixed doubles to try and give themselves the best chance of winning.
Well, as we well
both
know,
games.
As we well know, tactically in the mixed doubles, the man takes a higher percentage of the game of the shot. So, as you say, that will definitely give them a better chance within a game, especially with a partner that's not a regular partnership. They get the chance to dominate the game.
Okay, so moving into the second game of this fixture. Serving, we have the Swedish team made up of Elaine Brown with the pink paddle. She's another London pickleballer. And her partner is Kenneth Darlin, who is the father of Wilhelm, who was just playing in that last game. On the other side for the less French team, on the far left, left side of your picture, we have Helen Kenner, who is the mother of Evie Kenner, who played the first game. And we also have Cyril Durand, who has been around the European pickleball scene for as long as I can remember. One of the nicest guys in pickleball and a very, very good and fair player.
And he's a great ambassador in France. He's done a lot to develop the sport over in France and working with junior schools now. So they're doing a great job in France in developing the game. And Cyril has been central to that. We'll be disappointed at that, putting what he would consider an easy volley in the net.
It's an interesting drive from Kenneth there. There seemed to be a lot of movement going on when he hit the ball, and oftentimes it can be best just to try and keep a lot of body parts nice and still so you can just focus on that swing.
Absolutely, and these balls in this hole certainly moving in the air as well as off the floor. So you do have to allow for that movement and try and get the ball obviously in your sweet spot.
So the LS French team have jumped out again to another quick lead, 6-2 in the first game. This game I think is a little bit different though, because Cyril, especially in comparison to Theo, has a lot more of a dominant, softer game. So you won't see Cyril drive too many third shots. Majority of the time you'll see him drop, and he really likes being in at that net and manoeuvring the ball around.
You could see there that was a very early take. He was ready for the ball coming over, and he reached out in front of him as far and took the ball early to take time away from his opponent, and it obviously resulted in another point for France. Some cat and mouse play around the net there. Again, resulting in a winning point for the LSE French team.
Great shot from Cyril there, moved Kenneth right out of the way for Helen to then use that space to put the ball away.
Just on the replay there, you see a nice subtle shot down the middle that split the French pairing. A little bit indecisive as to who should take that one, and they both moved in a little bit off the back line, so the length of the shot was really what beat them.
Score is 10-5, so the LS French team just need another point to take them round to the switch of sides.
Very careful there to make sure that the momentum didn't take them into the kitchen after that winning volley. Had to work hard to stay on the right side of the line. This is something that we all do when we play in pickleball. It's something that confuses a lot of new players, but the actual ruling is even if you play the volley on the outside of the non-volley zone, but your momentum takes you over that line, it's classed as a fault.
The Viking Athletic Swedish team getting a bit more success now, especially with Elaine putting in that third shot drop cross court and then using Kenneth's longer reach to try and intercept those balls a little bit more as they're coming back. So we're up to 9-10. and all square. So this next point will be a really valuable one for the momentum for each team as they take the point into the turn.
Some discussion over whether the ball was in or out. They decided it was in. It was a very fair call. And the change of ends now with the advantage with the Swedish team who are on serve. Some great defending there from Elaine Brown. Really stubborn defence. Made sure that the French team had to work for their point.
Bit of a short return there from Elaine. Didn't really help her team there when Cyril was coming charging in. And just long. So the Swedish team have got to be a bit careful now, just not to let this game run away. They had the advantage on the turn.
Yeah, the games seem to go in a run of points and can soon run away on rally scoring very quickly indeed. They needed that point to try and close the gap and pull it back a little bit. A nice inside out shot there from Cyril.
(15-12).
A much more subtle game in this second rubber than the first game, and you were right, Sam, when you predicted that this would be a much softer, more positional and tactical game.
And you can see that I think most of the players on the court are much happier playing that sort of game than they are the faster one. Especially Cyril, like I said, he loves that short game.
He certainly does, and it's just paying off for them at the moment.
That's my second jinx.
So that second jinx, just done it again. No, but yeah, I mean, totally the game here is, as we say, a bit more strategic, a bit more subtle, trying to work as teams, setting each other up, and some of the defensive shots have been superb. And 5 points the difference now. And again, the Swedish team will be playing catch-up pickleball, trying to get back into this game. 19, only needing 2 points for the Alessi French team for home.
There's a nice little combo from Cyril there with the Franklin X40 ball, really generating spin on that backhand roll to get that ball up and over the net and then diving down onto their opponents.
I think the score depicted that he could have a swing at that last one. He rather enjoyed having a good drive at the ball, even though he put it out wide on the court. You see by the smile on his face, he knew it wasn't necessarily the right choice, but he enjoyed the shot anyway.
So they're up to 20 now, so the French LS team are frozen, so they must score that last point on their own serve. And just a reminder, the Viking Athletic Swedish team can still score points in rally format all the way up to 18. And the game is win by 1. So in any case, the LS French team just need 1 point on their own serve. And here they have their second opportunity.
That was a great put away there from Cyril. He was coiled and ready and waiting for the loose shot, and he's managed to put it across court.
And he finishes it off 21-15 in the second game, which means the French LS team have won the fixture 2-0.
Again, thoroughly deserved. I think they probably just had the better combinations and the better teamwork, and even though the second game was much closer and probably more enjoyable to watch, you know, the French again totally deserved their win.
And it's great to see a bit of variety within the play, within a team, isn't it? You've got,
Absolutely.
you know, Theo, who's a harder hitter, and Cyril, who's just so good at controlling the pace of the game and the ball. They've got a real good lineup within that LS French team, and it will be really interesting to see how they do moving forward in the Duper Team Trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. We wish them the best of luck, and it really is good to see what we would call in some ways old-fashioned pickleball, because going back probably 3-4 years, then this is the way that the majority of players in pro players would be playing the game. And with the onset now of many players coming in from other sports and bringing the talents that they've had previously, the game is changing, it's developing, it's morphing into something different. So it was nice to see some good old soft dinking pickleball played out on the show court.
Fantastic. So we will be taking a short break, and we will be back with you for the next game, I would guess in around 5 or 10 minutes.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle. Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals.
Okay, join us back for the match between the LS French team and the Pro XR German/Taiwanese team. So on the far side of your screen, just picking up the ball, you have Pei Wen Cao, and her partner is Felix Granert. And on the near side, as we had before, serving is Evie Kenner, and her partner, just hit that forehand, is Theo Patel. A little bit rushed from Evie there, so we're at 2-4 with Pei Wen serving. And you'll notice with Pei Wen, she often plays a two-handed backhand as well as a two-handed forehand, which is a little bit unusual. But for when the ball's above her head, it's really, really effective. Just wide from Pei Wen there. So the score is 7-4 to the LS French team. And just long from Felix. Pro XR German-Taiwanese team just struggling to find their consistency in the early stages of this game. So we're at 10-5, one more point for the French team to switch. Big forehand from Evie there will take them round to 11. And there'll be a little break here while they switch sides. There's a nice job from the Pro XR team there, just moving the French team around a bit, creating some space, and then trying to hit the ball into the space. As you may have noticed, Theo has an absolutely huge wind up on his backhand and loads of power as well, which makes it really, really difficult. It's well played from Pei Wen there, a little bit of a fist pump. The Pro XR German-Taiwanese team need to try and rack up some points here. (15-8). That was a nice disguised attack from Theo there. Just couldn't quite finish it off the second time round. Just caught the top of the tape there. Didn't give Pei Wen too much to work with. We're back at 16-9, sorry. Let's see if they can use this serve, get on a bit of a run, try and reduce that deficit. It's really patient there from the French team. You could see Evie showing for an Ernie, forcing that ball across to Julian, to Theo, sorry. And we're at 18-10. You can see the power that Theo has just with that backhand, and the amount of topspin that's on the ball makes it really, really tricky to judge. And they're up to 20, so match point. We'll see if they can take it. And that return just clipped the back of the baseline. So a reminder, the last French team must score their last point on their own serve. But the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team can keep scoring all the way up until 18, and then they also have to score points on their own serve. Going to be a tricky shot to pull off that third shot lob, especially at this point in the game. at 12:20. And another missed lob, this time from the LS French team. Let's see if the French team can take it from here. 2013. And there you have it. Game 1 goes to the LS French team, 21-13. The Pro XR team didn't quite get going. We'll be back in a minute for the second game in the match.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
So we are back for what I believe will be the last round robin match in the Duper Team Trophy. And as we saw before, the LS French team took the first game. So it's now up to the Pro XR team to see if they can pull it back. On the court, on the far side, we have Helen Kenner and Cyril Durand, who we saw earlier. And on the near side, we have two players we've not seen yet. So serving is Pei Chuan. She is originally from Taiwan, now living in London. And her partner is Basti Grau, who is from Germany. What do you think we're expecting here, Elaine?
Well, I think we're expecting a game of totally contrasting styles, with the softer game as we saw in a previous match from Cyril and Helen. And it will be interesting to see which style comes out on top. The Pro XR team have taken an early lead in this rubber at 4-1, but there's still lots of time to come back into the game from the French team.
A really nice reset there from Helen. She just didn't quite move back forwards to take that second ball because she created a great opportunity for herself there.
Some nice soft shots there from Helen, going to the left and right of the court, drawing the mistake into the net from the Alessi pair.
And that is something you do not see very often, a Cyril third shot into the net. It's one of the most dependable shots I think I've ever seen.
I think Cyril in this game realises he needs to take even more of the game, and he's certainly going about his business in a very athletic style to start off with. He's trying to pull his team back into the game.
Yeah. And as much as he can do, there's not much anybody could have done about that backhand cross court from Pei Chuan there.
Oh, superb shot. She really does have some firepower and a box of tricks. Really talented young woman.
I think the focus for the French team here has got to be getting into the net and trying to develop as much as they can that soft game.
Yeah, it's their strength, and of course you need to be able to rely on your natural abilities at a time like this. Again, a terrific rally there, quick fire exchange after some cross-court dinking. The Pro X team, the German-Taiwanese team, came off the better in that rally, but the French team were in it right up until the final shot.
And I think the Pro XR team is a really interesting example of how mixed doubles doesn't always look the same, because we've now got Pei Chuan on the left, and traditionally you would normally see the woman on the right hand side in mixed doubles, and we had there Basti looking for an Ernie as well. So by using Pei to your advantage, you can generate a completely different look for a mixed doubles team than sort of the traditional.
And I think with that pairing as well, you have a bit more of an evenness between the abilities of the man and the abilities of the lady. She's a very talented woman, so you're not seeing Basti take on the higher percentage of the game. They're each looking after their own section and relying on, teamwork and communication, and instead of just the man taking the majority of the shots all the time. So, a very different style.
And we've been talking a lot about the speed of the ball today, haven't we? And Pei Chuan, I've played against her a few times, and I think she hits the heaviest ball.
She's certainly generating some pace. The ball, when it comes off her paddle, when she comes through the swing, absolutely fizzes across the court, and certainly generating some topspin as well, because there's always a lovely little dip at the end that stops her ball from going long all the time. It's a really talented shot. A little duck out of the way there from Pei, and the ball went long. We've not seen many out balls being left at the back of the court. Some of these really good players tend to hit almost everything.
You can see that Pei saw the funny side of that one a little bit, can't you?
Yeah.
It was a little bit ambitious from Basti.
Yeah, well.
But when you're 17-4 up, you can take a few more risks and have a bit more fun, can't you?
Very entertaining. If that had come off, we would have been sat here applauding and saying we've not seen anything like that in a while. Oh, wow, 2 net cords, 3 net cords, all in one time there, and the cross-court ball out from Helen, unlucky.
It was called out, but nevertheless.
Even so, he was ready for the round the post shot. Cyril knew it was coming and obviously set himself with his paddle low, hoping that if it did come across, he'd be able to return the ball.
The Pro XR team just nudging closer to taking this second game in this fixture.
Well, we can certainly see from this game why the drive and the power plays in pickleball are having success.
And here they have match point. And Pei covers pretty much the entire court. And the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team take the second game. So tie will finish 1-1. And I believe that is the last game in either of the round robins to be played. In fact, there is one more game. It's probably being played at the moment. But from Group A, going through, we will have the Franklin American team in first place. They won 6 out of 6 of their games. Second, we'll have the Viking Athletic English team. In third, we'll have the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team. And in fourth, the LS French team will make it through. For Group B, there is one game outstanding. So the Ace American team will make it through, as well as the APP American team. And it looks like it will be the Pickleball United Indian team. And the last one, we're not quite sure what's going to happen. It could be the Scan Italian team or the Nielsen Active English senior team. So you'll have to stay tuned, wait for that last result, and then we'll be moving on to the quarterfinal stage of the Duper Team Trophy.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
You have 1 minute to warm up.
Okay, we are back, and we have another special guest with us in the commentary booth for this quarter-final match between the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team and one of the American next-gen APP teams. Delighted to be joined by Ken Herman, who is the founder of the APP Tour. Ken, how are you doing today?
Well, Sam, wonderful to be back here in England. Second time. Very excited to be here. And what a terrific facility. This venue even tops the venue last year at the David Lloyd Tennis Center.
It certainly does. So over double the size this year, 40 courts, 1,050 players. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be an interesting matchup
0-0.
We've got Jack Foster and Jack Monroe, some of our top aspiring young Americans, going against a very tough German team.
They are. They're one of the best men's doubles teams in Europe. They play together a lot. They train together a lot. And all round, they're very, very solid, very consistent. So I'm interested to see what happens in this match, if someone runs away with it, if it's back and forth.
Well, Jack Foster and Jack Monroe, we took the national team we took the national team last week up to the U.S. Olympic ski headquarters out in Park City, Utah, trained with them for 4 days. And both Jack and Jack got to spend some time on court together. They knew they were playing doubles this weekend and got to get some good practice on court. And they really actually complement each other's games pretty well.
And tell us a little bit about the APP Next Gen national team.
Jack Monroe holds that ball. Jackson, the black jacket there, holds that ball to the last second, finds an opening down the middle.
What we saw about Jack earlier on today was the fact that he plays with both of his hands. He can equally play left-handed and right-handed.
He does. Jack comes from a very supportive family. His mom, Nicole, is out there in Southern California. I'm sure she's watching right now. So both Jack and Jack are a part of the Next Gen national team. We started kind of an umbrella of the APP Tour with our series called the Next Gen Series that we partnered with Chicken and Pickle in the States. Good job, Jack, moving in. And what we do is we hold 3 events each year that are really what I call training development tournaments for our most aspiring 16 to 23-year-olds that are trying to break off into the pro tour. Good spot there by Felix. And, you know, it's a tournament that maybe only has about 80 players in it. That's the most we want to do with these next-gen events. The whole purpose of the 3-day tournament is not only are they playing singles, doubles, and mixed doubles, we want everyone to continue to develop on all their skills, not just be a singles or doubles specialist. And we put $15,000 for both the men's and women's purse out there so that they can get a little bit of prize money because they're, again, trying to travel as much as they can. And it's just a unique opportunity for them. Foster coming in there. We've got the seminars that we do with them. We've invited our national head coaches of the national team, Adam Stone and Chad Edwards, to come on board, and we work with them. We work with them on how to give a proper press interview. What are great things you should look for if you're looking to work with a sponsor? How is your social media program going? So there's more things to becoming a top pro than just hitting a good ball. You've got the whole business of being a top pro, and with the way that the sport has just grown, it's really important to show some wisdom and some knowledge for these young athletes so that they're making good choices and that they continue to surround themselves around quality people. So that really has been our main goal. So we had a great camp last week in Salt Lake City. The kids went home for 5 days, and we're back here in London.
Good to hear.
So here in this team event, we've got rally scoring going on. You've got to stay dialed in. You've got to stay focused. A couple of unforced errors, that momentum can just slip so quickly.
And we've seen that all throughout the day today. It's been missed serves and missed returns that have really cost teams games, and even now, a spot in the quarterfinals. So it's these more consistent teams, I think, that have made it through the group stages. And it will now be interesting to see how they compete against each other.
Both Jack and Jack about 20 minutes ago were in the Skechers tent. Skechers is a major supporter and sponsor of the APP Next Gen team, so they were getting some new shoes. They went through a little photo shoot, got a couple of beautiful bags. So Skechers has just been very supportive, and we are incredibly appreciative for their year-long commitment to the national team.
And they're also the title sponsor of the English Open this year as well. So
a very strong presence they're making.
9-10.
We're playing with Franklin Balls as our official sponsor.
We are. It's the preferred ball of Pickleball England.
And what a unique opportunity this is with Pickleball United coming in here with 40 courts. These are the rollout courts that they put in. Many times when you go to a convention center, you lay some tape down and you're playing on a concrete floor, but not here at the Premier English Open, which is really probably the biggest tournament in all of Europe.
I think it's the biggest tournament outside of North America this year. So people have been trying to come up with, other tournaments that replicate this size indoors.
Correction on the scores, 11-9.
With the outdoor court surface. And I don't think there's been one as of yet with so many outdoor courts indoors in one place.
Well, both yourself and Karen have just done a terrific job, and then the whole England Federation has been so supportive. The volunteers have been most accommodating to everybody, certainly, the 12 of us.
Side out.
All right, we changed sides. 11-10.
10-11.
The German pair have got back in it a little bit. There was a little bit of a slow start, but I think they've tried just to remain consistent, get into that net, and that's where they're the most comfortable.
Well, they've got good hands, good control of the ball.
Side out.
Jack Foster also has a very supportive family. His girlfriend Amanda Hendry is playing here. And I know he's got a good friend, Jimmy G, back home that's cheering him on right now on the live stream as well.
Side out.
Jack has already proven himself to be a top 10 singles player on the tour.
11-12.
And this is nice to see that he's continuing to work on his doubles and mixed doubles skills.
I think he has a really unique preparation for his forehand. You don't see too many players go to the same lengths he does to make that preparation really early.
12-12.
12-12 tied up. I know one of the things that Chad and I were working with the national team members on last week at camp was the importance of hitting your returns deep. It just makes your first volley so much easier when you get up at that kitchen line. As I'm watching some of these points out here, I'm seeing balls land about maybe 2 feet past the kitchen line, which at the quarterfinals of this against the top German team, I think we probably need to do a little bit better than that with their choice selections and making sure they're really trying to put these Germans on defense. as they go and hit their third shot.
14-13.
Just wide. Looks like Jack opened up on that backhand, pulled the ball a little bit wide going down the line.
Out.
And we've just tied up at 14 all again, so it's a bit back and forward at the moment. No one really taking too much of a lead at one time. The jacket's off for Jack, so it must be getting serious now.
Ron Ponder is our head referee for the English Open. Ron came over from America, doing a good job with trying to get more referees certified and interested in reffing. That is a big challenge that we have in America with as many pro events that are coming on, having enough certified refs. I know APP, we try to always have it be our goal to put a ref on all senior pro and pro matches.
And that's where you can see Christina just at the side of the court there. She's actually refereeing the game, and I think she's a referee in training. So
Ron's keeping a close eye on her.
Tracking her, making sure she's staying up with the game. And today she's done an excellent job of keeping track. And she's provided some of the European players with their first real experience of playing pickleball with a referee.
Yeah, the opening there, a little too hot. Jack and Jack need to keep working the point here. They both like to be aggressive players and like to speed it up.
It's great hands from Basti there. Took the initiative and was always prepared for that ball to come back again.
Again, that returns about two feet past that kitchen line.
Side out.
So we're at 17-16.
17-16. Side out.
Oh, Jack Monroe tried to speed that up. Looks like Felix was there with his paddle up ready for it.
17-17.
17 all. That drop was too high.
Out. Point.
So Sam, we've got 3 more days of competition. It's a 4-day event. We have singles tomorrow, followed by Saturday and Sunday's play.
We do. And it's really jam-packed. You know, we wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted to play had an opportunity to play. And we're very lucky with the tournament system we use allows us to plan out each and every game in advance. So we're going on for a little bit longer this year on some of the days than we'd anticipated, but with over 1,000 players, you have to make adjustments. And we're hoping it will be just as good as it was last year.
Big point, 18 all.
Point. (19-18).
So this is the crucial point with the freeze that we have.
Side out. Point. (19-19).
19 all.
Side out.
So the Pro XR German team have reached 21st, so they must now score the last point on their own serve. And the APP American team are also frozen as they're above 18.
It's a game.
And it's the German team that take it, 21-19.
Good adjustments. They slowed the pace down. Looks like they played a couple extra balls to Foster there.
But a good start for the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team, who probably came in slight underdogs into this fixture. So they've taken a 1-0 lead.
It's
And we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the women's doubles.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Okay, may I have your name?
Eva.
Oh, okay. EVA. And then Riley on the odd, okay. And you guys are starting on the right side. And your name?
I'm Pei Chen. CHUN.
Are you on the odd or the right or odd?
You're left.
Oh, you're on the left, okay.
Yeah.
PEI, right?
PEI, yeah.
Okay.
CHUN.
Okay, and then your name? Please choose your game ball. 15 seconds. You guys are serving from the right. Oh, may I have that? Thank you. Right? Okay. And you guys on the left. All right. On this side, we have Ava and Riley. This side, we have Pei Wen and Pei Chun. All right, time in. 0-0. Okay, side out.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Skechers English Open.
1-0.
Here we've got the second matchup An American team, Riley Bonehart, Ava Kalist, are going up against the Taiwanese team, sisters. Ken Herman on the mic. Sam Bashford stepped away for a quick second.
Side out. Point.
The Taiwanese and Germans had a combined team and won the first match in the boys' doubles, men's doubles. So the American team's got to win this match to force a third.
Side out. Point.
Ava Kalist and Riley Bonehart are both on the Next Gen national team. We have 12 players over here on the team, and we divided the teams evenly.
Point.
In pool play, Riley and Ava went undefeated. And now we've taken the top 4 teams from each pool and put them in a quarterfinal bracket.
3-3. Point.
Nice drop there by Riley. Riley's from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm sure her father and coach, Chris, is on the live stream now watching.
Point.
Those of you who don't know Ava Kalist, she's from the Pennsylvania area, comes from a very supportive family, and her father, Dave, is very instrumental with her pickleball.
Side out. Point. 4-5.
We've got a rally scoring game here up to 21. Players will change sides at 11.
6-4. Side out. Point.
Looks like Riley was looking to attack on that backhand. Didn't quite get the ball down low enough on the sisters' feet over there.
Short. Side out. Point. You have 7. 7-5.
Good hands, nice close. Nice transition, Riley off of her drop to move on in.
8-5.
Point. Well done. Riley and Ava are close friends. They're roommates this week while we're here in England. Spent last week together again in Salt Lake City.
9-5.
We held a camp.
Side out. Point. 6-9.
Nice
Side
point.
out. Point. Ten, 6. Side out. Point. 7-10. Side out. Point. Timeout.
Players will change sides.
Change
11-7 for the American team.
11-7. 1 minute. You guys ready to start early? Okay. Time in. 11-7. Side out. Point. 8-11. Side out.
Close, maybe was
Point.
playing an out ball there. First time I've seen these Taiwanese sisters play. I saw them earlier
12-8.
today in rec play. Both have got very good hands.
Point.
And have been told that the sport in Taiwanese is
13-8.
definitely growing with pickleball love.
Foot fault. Left foot.
Riley was on the line.
Side out.
It's
Point.
good aggression, though. I'm glad to see she's stepping up and moving forward. Just got caught in.
Side out. Point. You have 9.
The American team trying to win this match to
9-13.
even the series 1-1. And we are welcoming Sam back to the
Point.
booth.
I'm back. Just been making sure I'm absolutely concrete on the
10-13.
rulings moving forward. So if the fixture is 1-1 after these two men's doubles and women's doubles
Side out.
games,
Point.
the tie will be decided on points difference within the fixture. And if it's still a tie, then we're going to go to a game to 5
You have 10.
shootout.
You have 10. You have 14.
So for the American team to advance, they have to not only win this match, but win big.
They do. They just need to make sure that the Pro XR German-Taiwanese team get 18 points or less.
The Taiwanese team is very good.
11-14.
They're very good at controlling the ball. Sam, do you want to tell the viewers at home a little more about them? I saw them play earlier in the preliminary rounds,
Point.
but really haven't gotten a good sense of what their strengths and weaknesses are.
Absolutely. So
12-14.
serving is Pei Wen. So Pei Wen has absolutely incredible racket skills.
Side out.
But just
Point.
makes a few unforced errors, maybe more than she possibly should. Just goes for a little bit too much at times.
15-12.
But a very, very talented player. And then her sister in the cap is Pei Chuan. They both have the same name, so it can get a little bit complicated. And Pei Chuan is the sort of higher level player out of the two. She has a really good racket sports background.
Looking for a call on that baseline.
The call was out. No, I did not hear your call. Okay, the call was out.
Ron Ponder looking here as well. You know, we're too far back to get a really good eye on that call.
I did not see it.
I don't think the ball hit Riley's foot. I think she made the call as she was trying to get out of the way of the ball.
Side out.
And I think it's been overruled
Point.
in favor of the Taiwanese
Thank you.
German team.
You have 13. You have 15.
So I think we're restarting at
13, 15.
13-15.
Side out. Point.
All right, a little confusion here. 16-13. Ava's got the serve now.
You have 16. You have 13. Okay, 16-13.
It's a fantastic touch
Side
there
out.
from Pei Wen.
Point.
It's not a shot you often see at the higher levels in
16.
pickleball.
Side out.
Nice patience on Riley's part. It's hard to put the ball away in pickleball off of an overhead if you really can't find a good angle.
17-14.
So she kept the ball deep, kept the Taiwanese team on defense.
And again, Pei Wen going for that drop volley, creating a bit of space for Pei Chuan.
I think the American team is doing some dropping and watching their shots versus following the ball in. And I think the Taiwanese team has sensed that and seeing that they're not moving forward as best as they could. Great lob.
Point.
And Pei Chuan puts another ball away. And we're back at 16-17. Just a reminder, if the US want to go straight through, they need to win by 21-18 or lower.
Side out. Point.
If the overall result is 21-19, we'll be into a
18-16.
shootout to 5.
Point.
Good spot for Riley there down the middle. Riley's been working on her serve, trying to get it deeper, trying to get a little more pace on the ball.
It's such a good angle from Pei Chuan.
Point.
Terrific angle. Page One's got the crowd fired up. She looks like she's a fan favorite.
She is absolutely a fan favorite.
2-point game. Americans attacking.
Point.
I think Pei Chuan's found her rhythm now.
18-19. Side out. Point.
Good eye there by Riley. Ava yelled at her, let it bounce.
20-18.
Game point.
And a reminder now they're both frozen.
Point. Game.
And the game goes to the American team, 21-18.
21-18. Ava and Riley. Congratulations.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Okay, we are back at the Skechers Pickleball 2023 English Open, powered by the APP. Delighted to be joined by Richard Millman in the commentary booth now, who is one of the lead commentators we have in the UK and has a lot of experience doing it. So I'm going to hand over to him to introduce himself, and we will then get going.
Thanks a lot, Sam. Great to be here. Great to be here at this wonderful event. Many congratulations to Pickleball England for bringing all of this together, and thank you so much to Skechers and you know, the APP, Ken Herman, who I've got to know a little bit in the US when I've spent time there. And fantastic to have this semi-final match coming up, comparing and contrasting some very talented Americans and our own very talented English players. For me, very interesting to see Riley contrasted with Thadia. I love both of them for getting low and for really getting their weight transfer to do the work in this game. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Sam, but I think they're both great technicians.
They are, absolutely. You can watch Thadia, and she pretty much has as solid a technique as you will find from her tennis days. So Thadia is, for those of you who don't know her, she's on the near side on the left in the black skirt.
Okay, time in.
Her partner is
0-0.
Molly Kubrick-Finney, who has played tour level tennis and recently transitioned to pickleball only in the last 6 months.
Well, obviously picking up very, very quickly.
Point.
And in the previous match that we saw the Americans playing in, they had a very tough match against their opponents there, but
1-0.
when it really, really got tough, the aggression level was maintained and the error rate was pretty low, so I expect to see some pretty cagey rallies here. You can see there Riley getting very, very low, and she has that ability to use that balance to reach forwards and really take some of the volleys early, which is a great technique.
1-1.
Here we are at 1-1. Early days.
Side out.
It looks like Richard Riley is going to be quite dominant in this game, coming over quite a lot, taking that forehand in the middle, and really trying to put pressure
2-1
on the Viking Athletic English team.
So what's your expectation from Molly, considering she has such limited experience? Is she going to be the player the Americans are aiming at?
Point.
I think it'll be a bit of both, actually. I think they are very, very happy to dink to Thadia on her backhand. She doesn't tend to change it up too much on her backhand, so once you get into a rally, if you can then secure a slightly higher dink from Thadia, it's then a lot more maneuverable around the court. Molly will have some, as all players do new into pickleball, some interesting shot choices. However, her ability to hit the ball at the pace and power she does is pretty much second to none. Having played against her, it's just that soft game that she's starting to develop a little bit more, getting a bit lower, moving her feet a little bit more.
There is a tendency, if you've come from another sport, for instance, tennis, the ball tends to come onto your racket much earlier, and it's very easy in pickleball, if you're not used to it, to slightly play too early. And you saw a couple of rallies ago there, her just pushing the ball higher than she expected. The ability to let that ball come onto your paddle in pickleball is so essential for control and reset under pressure.
The APP American team just out to a quick lead here, 5-1.
5-1.
What do you think that's, how do you think that's happened, Richard? For me, it looks like they've just started off that little bit quicker. They look a bit more into it. They have just played a match on this court, so they were nice and warm to begin with.
Point.
Yeah, definitely they're bringing the game to the English team. And the English team, to me, just looked a little uncertain as to what their strategy was going to be. They were sort of a little tentative, and they've really got to find a system that works for them and try and open up some holes here. It was interesting in the earlier match. Who was that against, Sam? The Riley and Ava played against.
It was against the German-Taiwanese team, Pei Chuan and Pei Wen.
Well, Pei Chuan and
Pei Wen.
Pan Wen were getting a lot of results down Riley's backhand side. If you notice here, the English team haven't really tried to attack to her left. They've really put the ball on her forehand, and she's very, very powerful down the middle on the forehand side. So I'd like to see something happening, attacking down the line to Riley's left. And at the moment, as you say, it's sort of dink-dink.
Side out.
Well, there's some success there, but I haven't seen much line ball so far from the English.
4-6.
Oh, there we go. I hate to be the predictor of disaster, but down the line, and that's where success has been found there by Molly.
And it shows you as well in pickleball, if you can just make your opponents play one more shot and get that ball back, so often you find that you end up winning that next point.
A lot of mid. There's more to the backhand there. Well, that rally had the beginnings for the English pair of some success, but then they drew the ball back into the middle, and I do feel that the APP American team are very, very strong in the center. How do you feel about that?
I agree. I mean, Ken Herman was telling me that they've been working, they had a trip to Park City last week, and they were working at the Olympic Center on their strength and conditioning and fitness, but also how they're working together as a pair. And I think it's quite clear to see that Riley and Ava did a little bit of work last week on how they're going to play together. And you can see that they're so comfortable making those decisions as to who's going to take the ball, what they're going to do. And there's a really nice intuition between them.
Now, you're a very strong player, Sam. You've been playing this game for a long time. To me, I would like to see the English pair playing a bit more line ball, not just in terms of immediate success, but to actually put the idea in the mind of the Americans that they need to cover wider. How do you feel about that?
Yep, it sounds like a really basic tactic, right? Moving the ball around, keeping your opponents moving. But at the moment, you're exactly right. We keep seeing those balls going back pretty much to the middle of the court. And I think there's a lot more to be had for a little bit of differentiation from the Viking English team, whether that be wider dinks, or what I would like to see in this situation is a couple of lobs from the kitchen line. I feel like that could really change the pace and the direction of the game.
Side out.
Riley has started so well, and apart from that last one, she's been really, really consistent on that forehand. So I think maybe a lob over Ava's head will just give the English team something a little bit different to work with.
17.
And maybe open up the court a little bit more. I'd also like to, I agree with you on the lob, and I'd like to see maybe Fadia roll a couple of balls straight down Ava's line. She hasn't really asked her any questions there, even if she doesn't get immediate success, just to put in the Americans' mind the idea that they're going to have to cover a little wider, because they have really owned the middle of the court so far.
So we're at the turn here, 11-7 to the APP American team. We've talked about some of the changes that we might want to see the English team do, but what do you think the APP Americans are doing really well to be up in this game?
Well, I think they're being aggressive. I think they're really keeping the pressure on with good accuracy, and they're prompting some looser ball that they can then very quickly follow up and attack. So for the English, they really need to be able to either win those battles on consistency, or as you were saying earlier, they've got to break up the rhythm of the play with either the lob or the balls down the sidewall, the sideline, and just change the rhythm, because at the moment the rhythm is in the favor of the Americans. See some nice thirds here, very good control. I'd like to see the length of the smashes from the English players deeper as well.
Point.
These Americans are very good at recognizing when an attacking ball is coming and backing up, getting low and defending with good touch.
It's often the difference maker in those rallies, the depth of the smashes. And I think it's a very, very underrated and under-acknowledged part of hitting an overhead is the depth.
I agree entirely. There's a tendency to think when you get an overhead, great, I'm just going to smack this ball. But actually, painting lines, hitting depth is just as important on power as it is on touch. And actually, you're kind of relinquishing an advantage if you don't go for placement, especially this quality of play where you see both Riley and Ava very competent at getting very low, taking pace off the ball, and just hitting quality defensive ball back. There's another very nice defense from Riley there. But again, we're not really seeing much line ball, and it's all about the middle of the court at the moment. And I don't feel as though things are going any better when the English Viking athletic team are playing to the center. Very easy to say from here, of course, Sam.
Of course.
But rhythm, change, variety, I think is so important. There's a short smash there from Molly. I'd love to have seen her, try and go deep in the center line there. Good pick up. That ball was short from Riley as well. Very low from Ava there. And again, I mean,
raptures of applause from the crowd after that point.
But there is the error on Riley's backhand. As I said at the beginning of the match, that's where I felt that the greatest results might be gotten against her. She's very strong down the middle in the forehand, but we saw errors earlier on the backhand. How do you feel about the frequency of deceptive fast speed-ups from the English? I'm not really seeing them really aggressively taking some of the ball at the body that they might do, in my view. Am I wrong?
And I was just going to say, I completely agree. That last rally where Thadia had that inside-out forehand, I was really hoping that she'd go a little bit harder straight down the line at Ava.
Right.
And just test her hands. Because we've seen some hands battles, but majority have been with Riley. And, it's still a 5-point differential. They're still in the game. But they also still have got to think about how they're going to win all of these points.
It was nice to see Molly again going down the line at Riley's backhand there. Now I'd love to see a lob there.
Side out.
There was your speed up. Just didn't quite have that top spin to get the ball up and over the net.
Yeah, and the problem, of course, is choosing your moment for a speed up. Doing a speed up because you want to do a speed up is often fatal in this game. You really have to choose the right ball or create the situation for the right ball.
That's a much better dink from Thadia, doing exactly what you told her to do.
So, very happy on that dink rally also that she varied the direction a little bit more. And she actually got movement out of Riley, which I think put Riley slightly off balance. But here we are, playing to the middle again. Yeah, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure to the middle.
I think what I'd love to see after that smash, and I really like Molly's first drive back, and then I would really like to see her drop that next ball and regain that net position. I feel like that's going to be really important for her. And don't forget, she's only been playing for 6 months, so she's still a complete newbie into pickleball.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think if she can get the drop to the feet and follow up and look for a possible speed up or attack because of the quality of the drop to the feet, she's got the athleticism and the speed to really turn that into an attacking ploy. At the moment, she's maybe still at that point, as good as she is, where she's only thinking in terms of 1 to 2 shots. But I think she can build sequences and, if you like, phrasing of shots, which will become frighteningly good in the future.
Still a little bit high from Talia there, but the English team made up a couple of points in that last run. So see if they can get this serve back and use it.
18-13.
Crunch time now, an error right now, it's good night nurse, but a couple of points back in it, and who knows, maybe a little bit of fear comes into the Americans. Yeah, working that Riley backhand again. Thadia using what the Americans call a little body English there to try and use her body to get the ball over the net after she'd hit it.
Everything good? Yep.
Why the Americans think that spin should be known as body English, I'm not sure, but it is a frequent and well-used phrase. So there you can see where Molly missed that. In another 6 months, she's going to roll that, and that roll is going to go onto the shoestrings of her opponent.
And Ava has been doing a fantastic job of that reset. Like we said, she's not had too many battles in terms of hand speed, but her ability just to drop that ball back into the non-volley zone, I think has maybe been one of the main differences in this game.
Yeah, she is rock-like in her resistance, it has to be said.
15-20.
Here we are, game ball. Oh, there we go. A very, very unusual unforced error there from Riley for this match.
And just a reminder that the APP American team, now they're at 20, they need to score that last point on their own serve.
So a time for the English team to make good advantage of the situation if they can really keep their focus here. And you can see they've already taken a couple back. But this is match ball. Oh, there it is.
And that finishes it off.
See that little speed up there that just created the opening? That was very interesting to see. So overall, Sam, you helped me out here. You're the very experienced player, but it seemed to me that consistent pressure in the middle and a willingness to take on speed ups at key times just pushed the pressure on the English team from the Americans, and the English team just didn't manage to find a way to back that pressure off. Am I missing something there?
Absolutely. I think we spoke about it earlier on, how dominant Riley's forehand was throughout the whole game. I think that's what won the match overall. Not necessarily the speed of it, the accuracy of it, but just the fact it was always there, ready and waiting, I think was the main reason why the APP started off in the lead and then maintained it the whole way through.
Yeah, so commiserations to Viking Athletic English team that they're on the women's side, but now we've got a very interesting match in prospect here because we have our own English players, Freddie and Louis, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on both of them in the past. Really enjoyed it. Louis almost frenetic in his play and his love of the game, and Freddie, the explosive athlete, particularly on that backhand topspin attack. And then on the other side, we've got the APP American team, the two Jacks here, and they're quite an interesting group. I watched the player at the other end, who, correct me if I'm wrong, is Jack Monroe. Very consistent, very spectacular. Can use both his left hand and his right hand. Particularly good with a double-handed left-handed backhand. I really like that. And also his ability to change the face of the paddle as he strikes the ball to get a variety of angles. Now, Jack Foster, not quite as much flair in my view, but very powerful and athletic. Saw him jumping into a number of Ernies earlier. But they did lose a match to the Germans a few minutes ago, and I felt as though they sort of lost their way a little bit in terms of their ability to play as a team. So do you think Freddie and Louis have a chance here?
Absolutely. Jack Foster is primarily known for his singles play rather than his doubles play, so we'll see a lot of third shot drives from him.
Yep.
He really favors the forehand, so we'll see him running around that a little bit. But there's a reason he favors his forehand.
Yep.
His preparation and his take back really set him up for a consistent, pretty powerful and loaded with topspin forehand. So I would give Louis and Freddie a pretty strong chance in this one. I'm feeling like they might come out on top. But remember, these points are now super important because that first decider is on points difference if it's a draw. So they've got to make sure, as much as they've got to win the game, they've also got to keep the points down of the APP American team.
So a 21-15 win for Viking Athletic English team would put them through. A 21-17 win would not.
And a 21-16 win would lead us to a rally shootout to 5 points, which is what we really want to see, if we're being honest.
So just give us your take on the scoring system, and you know, what you've seen over the last year with things like MLP and the Dream Breakers and stuff like that. How do you feel about these new scoring systems?
I have two different opinions. So, as a player, I prefer traditional scoring over rally scoring. As a spectator, I would always want to be watching rally scoring rather than traditional scoring.
Right.
I was at MLP in June, and the excitement from it was unlike any other pickleball I've ever seen. And, you know, not only was the level of play ridiculously high, but the main thing, you know, and I've played in MLP scoring before, but just watching it and all the pros participating in it, I'd rather watch pickleball that way than any other way now. What about you?
You know, I'm exactly where you are as a player. I feel more comfortable with traditional scoring, but the more I see the MLP system and particularly Dream Breakers, I love to see it. It's very exciting. And I love to see the disproportional matchups that sometimes come in team games. I mean, last year watching Thadia take points off Louis was just fantastic. But here we go, and exciting match in prospect. I'm hoping to see some really dramatic shots from Freddie on the backhand side, and I'm hoping they stay in. Because sometimes the explosions are amazing, but occasionally they do go a little bit dramatically long. Starting out with a great cagey piece of dinking here, and both teams waiting their chance, but there jumping across there and taking that early and keeping his balance. And we did see him doing that earlier as well. So he's going to be looking for that all the time.
And I think we'll see Jack Foster going for that shot quite a lot. Jack Monroe is so consistent on that cross-court dink. And I think, not that Louis will struggle with getting it back, but I think he will have more of an initiative to change the direction than Jack Monroe.
1-1.
So just while we're in the early stages, just for those people that are new to pickleball, explain the differences between ATPs, Ernies, and other sort of exciting professional shots that we see in the game.
Absolutely. So the shot we just saw Jack Foster play, where he jumped down the side of the kitchen, is called an Ernie. It was named after a man called Ernie Perry. I believe he first did it in the 1980s, and then it's caught on more and more and more with the rise of pro pickleball.
There's an exciting shot from Freddie. Go ahead.
That's the angle you wanted earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Directed rather than just smashed, yeah.
I'm sure we might see an around the post shot as well. That's commonly known as an ATP. And if we see one, I'm sure we'll talk about it as an ATP.
2-2.
The ball, it's a common misconception the ball has to go over the net and into the court. If the ball is wide enough, the players can actually go around the side of the net, as long as they are hitting the ball still on their side. But provided that happens, if you go around the net
3-2.
and you hit it into the court, it's a perfectly legal shot.
And what about a Burt?
A Burt, you're testing me now. A Burt is a little bit like an Ernie, but it's where you jump all the way across in front of your partner to effectively hit an Ernie on the opposite side
and that's
of your court.
Very, very disconcerting because it completely changes the rhythm, the expected rhythm of the game.
Side out, point.
And so sometimes people think that maybe somebody's poaching, but actually this ability to change up rhythm and break a sequence of play is very important at this level of the game.
Point.
And as predicted, we're seeing a fair few third shot drives from the APP American team. What do you think the Viking Athletic English team need to do to counteract that?
Well, I think it's really important that they, when they're responding and resetting on those third shot drives, don't just respond with pace. They've got to redirect all the time, because the whole purpose of a lot of those third shot drives is to look for product that can be then taken advantage of. Just relying on pace against a third shot drive often is going to get you into trouble. But with good redirections, quite often the third shot driver is still on the move coming in, and you can actually get them off balance if you can redirect, not necessarily with any power.
Point.
Any thoughts from yourself as to what a good tactic would be against those third shot drives?
I'd love to see, it's a bit of a weird volley that you can do, but I would love to see a volley that the English guys push up a little bit more into the air, which gives that ball a little bit more depth, and really try and push it back to the baseline if they can, and force then either an off-balance fifth drive or an off-balance fifth drop. And then they've got a lot more court to work with, and they can play a little bit more freely from that position, especially with the shots that Louis and Freddie have.
5.
They always want a little bit more space.
5-8.
At the moment, we seem to be seeing a little bit of a sequence. There's a good dinking rally comes on, and then Louis is occasionally just popping the ball up too high and making an error. So Louis, is that characteristic of Louis at this level of the game? After a sequence of dinks, maybe being vulnerable to popping the ball up?
I think Louis sometimes gets a little bit stuck in that dinking rally, more so on the left-hand side than the right-hand side.
Right, yeah.
I think he finds it a lot easier to change it on the right-hand side, But I think because of that, he has a tendency sometimes to go for it when it's not necessarily there.
Right, right.
And we've seen that a couple of times so far, a couple of points ago with that volley. Just going out wide of the court. But we'll see how the English players can adapt now, because they've caught up a couple of points. Just 7-9 now, so just a 2-point game.
And I'm not sure if Jack Monroe got himself in the kitchen there. Is that why he lost that last point?
There was a kitchen goal,
yeah. And again, for those not that familiar with the game, but excited to see this fantastic sport that's rapidly growing, if you put your foot on or on the line or into the zone, the blue zone there, or indeed if you fall into it or even touch it with your paddle after you've hit the shot, it's going to be a foot fault, and so you have to be very careful.
So, Richard, we've got to 11-7 at the turn now. We're obviously cognizant of the points differential situation as well. What does the Viking Athletic English team need to do here, or what would you like to see them do to change the game a little bit?
Well, I'm not sure if we've got the right players to be able to do what I'm going to suggest, but I would like to see them grind it for a while. I'd like to see them simply make the APP American team's life miserable and say, you know, we're going to just stay in this. We're not going to do anything loose. We're going to make you have to make the mistakes or take the chances for at least the next few points. I just feel as though there's a little bit too much opportunity for the Americans at the moment, and I'd like to get to the point where they start questioning themselves because they're not getting opportunities.
11-7.
I also have a bit of a rogue shout. I would actually like to see Freddie and Louis switch sides. I think Freddie's main weapon is his backhand, and at the moment it's fairly isolated out wide. And I think Louis plays better with his forehand in the middle, because he goes for a lot of those shots we were talking about, especially the Berts, where he's running across the court and taking a poach. So it's quite wishful thinking, but I think that's what I'd like to see them change. I feel like they could get a few more results with that combination.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a very good shout. And especially we know that Freddie's backhand reactions and his ability to flick over the top of the ball are very, very strong. But as you say, it's a little isolated out on the side of the court there. So this is sort of crunch time. They can't really afford to give anything up right now. Otherwise, it's good night nurse.
15-7.
And this is the difficulty they're going to find now with this format, is the American team is already up to 16.
16-7.
So if they get one more point,
they've won.
They're through already.
Yeah.
And it's why it's so important to keep those errors to a minimum at the early stages of the game.
You saw those last two drives from Jack Foster, and the response from Louis on both of them was pace. I would like to have seen him just take the pace out and redirect, but it was two pace balls at two errors.
18-7.
So yeah, it's a bit of a lame duck now, this match, although it's exciting to watch the players play, of course. But unfortunately, with this format, you know, the heart is going to go out of the Viking Athletic English team. Or maybe there'll be more entertainment.
I mean, I like the change of the lob serve. I sort of wish he did it a little bit sooner, just to try and, like we've said all along, change the pace of the game. It's all been a bit fast and furious with the Americans, and I think that's been a key tactic of theirs, is that third shot drive, keeping that low, and the other player then bombing into the net.
Yeah, and this is why I'd like to have seen a period of absolute deadpan, no pace, stick at it from the English just for a while to see if they could get some frustration out of the Americans. They've kind of played into the American hands by playing the game that they most like to play.
9-20.
They've had a couple of points in a row, and there's a big English crowd here who are still cheering them on. So we'll see if Louis and Freddie can give them a little bit more to cheer about before the end of this match.
Oh, there's an attempt at a classic Freddie backhand topspin drive. When he gets them right, they are fearsome.
I once had one fly over my head and still land in the back of the court.
Side out.
Picked up a point there. My favourite was last year. Was it in Southampton, where he was on the right-hand side of the court playing singles against Louis, ran the full width of the court and hit a ridiculous backhand ATP from the other side of the court.
Side out.
It's a bit of a vicious overhead from Jack Monroe there. I think he was trying to get Freddie back for that last one.
Yeah, so there's a good example there from Jack Monroe of playing a quality third and following it up, knowing that the ball from the feet is likely to present an opportunity and then capitalizing.
So a great overall fixture, I think, for the APP American team. They showed their solidity, but also their experience in these situations. And I think, you know, this is a grand centre court. It's the biggest one we've had in Europe before. And it will take some time for the European players, the Asian players, to get used to the occasion that the English Open now is.
Yeah, I thought on that line, I thought that the German players did a fantastic job, and they were definitely up for it. And, you know, just for us as participants in the sport, this is really, really exciting. You know, I first played in English tournaments 3 or 4 years ago, and at that point we were sort of lucky to be getting 200, 250 players.
But also lucky trying to find a venue.
Yeah, exactly. And now we have, 1,053 players in this tournament. You know, I've been playing in the US, and we've been regularly getting that number of player in some of the Florida tournaments. But of course we got 49 million pickleball players in the United States now, according to the USTA. Whereas here in the UK, it's grown more slowly. So having 1,053 players in our English Open, it's just tremendously exciting, and pulling people from all over the world. That's not something that you see necessarily in the United States, which is just America and Canada really competing. So in a way, you can see why APP are here, because this is a stepping stone, a bridgehead, if you like, into a future European game. How do you feel about the growth generally yourself?
I'm just really enjoying the growth. I think that, you know, there's lots of things we can talk about numbers-wise and players-wise and courts-wise, but the main thing for me is just seeing the size of the tournament double and still the same community feel, the enjoyment factor. Those are the main things for me, and I just enjoy the fact that more people are finding pickleball and they're all enjoying it as much as I do.
I think there is actually exponential growth, because so many people now are talking about it and trying to find places to play. And then, you know, recognition like we had with Elaine recently and getting her national award. You know, finally, we're really on the map.
Absolutely. So we will be taking a short break, probably around 5 or 10 minutes. And then we will be seeing, I believe, the final of the Duper Team Trophy. So stay tuned. It won't be long, we promise. And we're really excited to see what the final is going to hold.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals in back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final of the Duper Team Trophy. And it's Richard Millman here for Pickleball England. And beside me is one of the great stars of English pickleball, Sam Basford. Sam, what are we looking at here, and what are you expecting to see?
This end? Yeah?
Well, Richard, first of all, I'm just really excited. I think this is just the second game today where we've seen two of these APP next-gen teams play against each other. So I'm hoping all round we'll have a variety of styles, some interesting shots.
Point.
And I'm still praying for that 5-point playoff at the end.
Yes, the almost dream breaker excitement. So one of these teams is APP Next Gen. The other one is an APP Franklin team. I have to have a little bias for Franklin. I use a Franklin paddle, so I'm hoping Franklin can do something here. Now, earlier on, obviously, you and I commentated on the APP team, and we had the pleasure of seeing both Riley and Jack playing. I haven't seen the Franklin team earlier today. What would you expect to see from them? What are their characteristics that are going to stand out?
So we have Spencer on the near left side of the court, who, as you can see, the first thing that stands out is his stature and his height. He's very, very tall, which gives him a lot of reach and a lot of ability to work the ball. But it does come with its compromises as well. You know, he's got a much higher center of gravity, so he's got to get down to those balls a lot more than some of the other players do.
Side out.
You see a tremendous forearm wrist action there from Spencer, just flipping this ball through. That's a great skill.
And then his partner is Ali Phillips, who I think is one of the younger members of the Next Gen national team, and probably one with the lesser experience in terms of playing pro pickleball in the US, but nonetheless, she's really solid, and she had a fantastic show earlier on today with her women's doubles partner, who at the moment is not coming to me, Emily Ackerman. So she'll be playing in the second game.
So Emily Ackerman herself has a pretty strong reputation in the States, right?
She does. She was the winner in the winning team of the MLP Challenger League Season 1 of this year on the Chicago Slice team.
And pretty exciting what's going on with MLP. You know, because I live in the States part of the time, I've been watching some of the investment that's been going on, and some major investors have been pulling out of NBA and NFL and buying MLP teams. And I noticed the other day, one guy, in 4 years, he's quadrupled his net worth with that team.
Yes, the co-owner of the Bucks, I think, the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, that's right.
So early draws here, we're at 3-7. The Franklin team just taking a little bit more time to get into the game and to find their groove. And as well, I think I said it in the last game, the APP American team have played 2 games in a row on this center court, so they're very much used to playing in this environment. There's a couple of spots on the court which I'm sure they're familiar with by now.
Just a little dead?
Just a tiny little bit. You just get a slight different bounce, which is the same for all of these
paid a lot of money.
You know, courts all across the world. They all have their dead spots.
5-7.
No different with these pickleball, and the Pickleball United courts are my favorite court to play on. They're so gritty, and they really give you that true bounce.
See a nice little fake there from Jack Monroe.
We said he'd be up for some fun and games.
Side out.
And there again, Riley's forehand just so low, center of gravity, we're able to transfer the weight through the ball. Very difficult to cope with.
Side out, point. 6-8.
So an interesting dynamic here with the APP American team having Riley on the left and Jack
Side
on
out,
the right.
point.
Jack can obviously use both of his hands, or either of his hands, I should say,
9-6.
at any time. But I think more dominantly towards the back of the court, he favours the left. So
Side
with
out,
Riley's
point.
dominant forehand in the middle, it makes sense for them
7-9.
to play in that formation.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, if there was an area maybe that a team could try and capitalize on with Riley, it was her backhand. And in this formation, the middle of the court, which she's so strong with, is going to favor her forehand.
Point.
And you can see her there running round that backhand, trying to get onto that forehand, and just making an enforced error there on her third.
Side out.
So yeah,
ends.
maybe a little
Time
pressure
out, 1 minute.
bearing there with the Franklin team, an unforced error. It was Ali, right? Ali. Yeah. So yeah, they're 11-8 down. Good start by the APP American team. Error rate maybe a tad higher than Franklin would want. Pressure very good from the APP team, again in the middle of the court. And I wonder if our conversation earlier has a similar relevance here. Can Franklin start moving the APP team around, at least to create some spaces on the court?
And I think, like you said earlier, I'd want to see Ali play a little bit more down the line to that Riley backhand. And I think there's opportunities there, again, for what we discussed earlier with the potential for an Ernie, giving Spencer that bigger forehand in the middle opportunity. You know, he's got such a long reach, and I think they've really got to try and take advantage of that if they can.
Side out, point.
Yeah, nice attack from Jack. I'd like to have seen him maybe just follow it up.
9-11. Side out, point.
Good example there of how low Riley gets. She really does squat down onto her haunches and get that tremendous balance and power from that athletic position.
Side out, point.
Nice reach in from Spencer there, really using that length
10-12
to his advantage. And we can see in the top left of the picture here there, just below the scoreboard, Ken Herman, the founder of the APP, who's been responsible for putting this next-gen national team together and nurturing them in their pickleball, coaching them, and giving them the opportunities to play in these sorts of environments.
11-12.
Yeah, I've known Ken for a little while. I've been in the States, played in a number of the tournaments as an amateur, and also being a vendor at a number of his tournaments. He really is a pioneer in the sport and just tremendous supporter of the game overall.
Point.
I like that play more from Ali, going right to left, just on Riley, not switching the direction too much, but just going left foot, right foot.
12-12.
Making Riley think a little bit more about the shots and not letting her get into too much of a rhythm.
That's exactly the point, is just breaking up the rhythm, making sure the opponent isn't sure which side it's going to come to, and that in itself can affect your technical skills. Nice cagey rally here. Somebody looking for a weak ball. Good defense by Ali of the speed up. But she got low there as well. Wow, sudden explosion out of a very cagey rally there.
I think for Ali, I don't know if you're seeing it, but it's almost like she's trying to bait Riley into taking that speed up. And Ali is pretty much already sat
13-12.
there waiting for it already. There was a couple of occasions in that last rally. She just sat on that backhand, reset the point.
And, you know, here we are, even Stevens, after being quite a long way behind at halfway. And we did say if they could get after Riley's backhand, maybe they would get some mileage. And it does seem like that has started to happen. Oh,
and it's been a nice change from the Franklin American team, I think.
14-13.
It's a good change for us as well, because it's what we wanted them to do.
Yeah, exactly. And folks, I promise you, we do not have a microphone transmitting to the Franklin American team.
Side out. Point.
So back to all evens here, 14 all.
And this, of course, is what we want to see in a final. Tight stuff.
14-14.
And changes of tactics, responses to changes of tactics. That's the great thing about pickleball. So much stuff can happen within the context of one game.
15-14.
So Franklin, for the first time, sneaking into the lead.
Side out, point.
Curse of the commentator.
And again, it's what we talked about earlier with Spencer's
15-15.
center of gravity being a lot higher than some of the other players. He's got to get down that little bit lower to take those balls, especially with the ball on the court. With a bit of topspin, it's not coming up as much as he might like.
Well, you saw that rally there, Sam. Very interesting. They worked Riley's backhand, and gradually created just a little glimpse of an opening and capitalized.
Point.
That's interesting. So, you know, it's the gradual start, and the pressure is actually bearing a little bit on Jack Monroe at this point.
Do you think he's a little bit frustrated with those balls going to Riley's backhand, that he's maybe trying a bit too much, a bit too soon when he does get hold of the ball?
Well, it would be very tempting to do so, and added to that, the pressure from Spencer in those situations with his extra height makes it very difficult to counter. 16-17. Lovely little chip from Ali. Oh, that was very good.
Point.
We saw that earlier in one of the women's matches. Riley does have this great capacity for a speed up, unexpected speed up sometimes.
Side out. Point.
But there, she was undecided as to backhand or forehand there, and that may be what Ali was doing earlier, moving it side to side, paying dividends. We tend to commentate in actual real time, but of course so much of this sport is about situations you've built over a period of time.
And this match is exactly one of those. We think about the score
19-17.
7-8 minutes ago in comparison to what it is now. And Franklin have done a much, much better job here of making the required changes and building themselves back into a strong position in this game.
And psychologically, you know, there's real pressure now. There's doubt, there's uncertainty, holding it together under pressure at match ball here. Great defense from Ali. Jack coming across to cover that ball. Oh, great forehand. What a tremendous comeback win that was from the Franklin team, Sam.
It was, and just those last few points, I think Jack just slightly overplayed. And it's what ended up losing them those last couple of pivotal points that they needed. But fantastic changes from Franklin, as we've said. They really countered what was a really strong start from the APP American team. You know, they came out early, all guns blazing, but slowly and surely, Franklin came back into it.
2
and
minutes.
I think overall,
2 minutes.
I would say that Team Franklin just nudged it for me.
Yes, you can.
In terms of
One
deserving
more.
that win.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree. When it was middle court, it looked very much as though it was APP. But as soon as they started sharing it wide and mixing up, as you pointed out, Ali, sometimes to the backhand, sometimes to the forehand on the dink battles, it just loosened up the court enough for them to be able to take advantage. Anyway, so that's the first of the 2 matches. And so, as we said earlier, because of this points situation in the final, and in fact in the whole Duper tournament, so if APP want to win this, they have to win it by 21-16 or better.
They do. It will certainly be interesting to see what happens in this game, whether there's a change of tactics from the APP American team. But we will let them warm up, and we'll be back to you very, very shortly.
Because really, I'm just doing it for y'all.
And we are back with a very, very quick turnaround. They didn't want too much of a warm-up. And thank you very much to Michael and James for the taiko drumming in between games. It's really provided a nice atmosphere for the players. It's given them, you know, a bit of build-up, a little bit of suspension, and the crowd are also loving it. So hats off to Michael and James there.
Yeah, actually several of my players from Norfolk have come in and heard the drums, and it's just given a different authority to the whole event. Anyway, here we go. And we've got APP American team starting.
Side out.
So talk to us about the Franklin players here.
So Franklin players, we have Emily Ackerman, who we spoke about earlier.
1-0.
Very well established pro now. She played on the Chicago Slice team in Major League Pickleball and did a fantastic job.
Side out.
And her partner is Richard Livanese Jr. And Richard, alongside Spencer, who was just playing a minute ago, won their first medal, pro medal in an APP tournament a few weeks ago. So they're coming into the English Open fresh off of their first pro medal. And to be honest, I think they've performed like they've had no break whatsoever. And they've just run head first. And they've carried it straight through. And they're both playing really, really well.
Well, that's exciting to have players in form coming to show us what's going on in the rising game in the United States, because we are a rising game here in Europe and particularly in England. So to gather that energy from these players is such a great opportunity for us.
Absolutely. And then for the for the APP American team, we have Ava Kalist, who showed us really earlier how much of a steady Eddie she can be on the court and just provide those opportunities for her partner. And her partner for this game is Jack Foster, who obviously we spoke a lot about in the men's doubles earlier. Very, very good singles player in pickleball. I think he has a top 10 rating. But less established in doubles. So I'd probably say the Franklin team are the overall favourites for this fixture, and obviously the APP American team have to pull out a win. They have no other option. That net cord certainly won't help their cause.
And so far we've seen that Richard Levanese Jr. Has been really taking the ball early, coming across, taking the forehands on both his side of the court in the middle and on his partner's side, and by doing so has really shaken up the rhythm. And I think that's contributed a lot to this 5-point lead they've got, because the opposition are just not quite ready for this pace.
And that's something, interestingly, that we've spoken about throughout the whole day of commentary when I was speaking to Rob, when I've been speaking to Elaine. The most consistent thing across the whole day has been how people deal with the pace of the game and or change the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that when I talk about the pace of the game, I'm not necessarily talking about the pace of the ball. The rate of interchange of shots is really the pace of the game. You know, you can whack a ball hard and it can go to the back of the court and be whacked to the back of the court, and it can be a slow pace to the game. But very quick, short, sharp interchanges, that's what makes people's reactions so pressurized. Oh, there was a lovely targeted overhead there.
But I like the play from the Franklin team of the lob, the drop, and then another lob. And there's that Bert you were talking about. For those of you who have been listening for about half an hour, there's the visual for my attempt at a description of what the Bert shot looks like. We can see Jack's now. I've jinxed him again. That's 3 times I've jinxed him. We can see he's starting to get more into his groove. He realizes the importance of these early points. And you can see him really going for it now.
Oh, yes, well taken. But I think he felt he had to respond to what Richard was doing, because, you know, the energy on the Franklin side was so high with the injection and interchanges that Richard was producing.
Side out. Point.
Emily Ackman just not quite believing she put that ball out.
She's always very interesting to watch. She's always smiling. She's enjoying it. And she's got some amazing shots to go with it as well.
Great athleticism. Pick that up from Jack. And there's a lot of stuff going on in this rally. Nobody knows where they are. Oh, very exciting.
There's fantastic movement from all of the players, which again I think is an underrated trait at all levels of pickleball, is your ability to move your feet to exactly where you need them to be. And we saw 4 or 5 examples there of players who all took the time to get to the position they needed to be to play the shot. Some more ambitious than others, but it's a nice rally for showmanship for sure.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you. And the other thing to notice is how early these players at this level are preparing their paddles so that they know exactly what space to create between themselves.
I think Jack Foster is an absolute prime example of that. If you watch his preparation for his forehand, hopefully he hits a forehand for this return. Watch how early his paddle goes backwards.
11-6.
Yeah, and you saw it going up, even though the serve was mishit. But what happens there, and folks may not realize, Sam, is that when you prep your paddle, it's actually an amazing piece of mathematics goes on. Your brain calculates exactly where the ball is going to be before the ball ever arrives, and this allows you to make choices much, much earlier. The earlier your prep is up, the more your crystal ball of the future of the game is enacted. Oh, that's athletic there.
Side out, point.
Richard's not as tall as his men's doubles partner Spencer, but he's still got a very good reach.
And that was very nimble as the way he balanced on his left foot as he landed there.
Point.
So, the APP American team just not quite able to narrow the gap at this point.
Point.
Amazingly quick read of the game also by Richard Libanese. You saw him there as the ball went over the net to Ava. He realized that it was going to be a slow shot coming back, and he immediately came across to intercept.
Point.
And he's continuing to do a great job of that, and I think he's doing it well without overdoing it, which is potentially what we saw a little bit with Jack Monroe in the first game towards that end. Just slightly overplaying. I think Richard's got a great balance at the moment.
Side out. Point.
Beautiful ball there from Jack Foster, right down at the left foot.
9-15.
So 9-15. This is crunch time right now. Ball's left too loose.
Side out, point.
And Emily showing her experience there, I think, from MLP. She recognized that just because the ball was in the air doesn't mean she has to hit it really hard straight ahead. And it was a really cute angle from her.
What a great width there. Oh.
And there's the final shot we've been missing, the ATP, the around the post.
Side out, point.
And we saw the ATP, but also a very good attempt to defend from Emily there. And it's not always easy to defend against the ATP. There's a middle court ball, which maybe Ava would like to have seen that go back.
Yes, sir. 17-10.
So it's crunch time now, really, for the APP American team. We've got to that time in the game where the Franklin team have reached 17 points.
So they'd have to have one-way traffic for a while here to survive. And again, a little bit of a short smash there from Richard. Great movement, but just too much, and Richard finding the angles and the holes in the court so effectively here. No power, just placement.
18-11.
It's been a great demonstration by the Franklin team up to this point.
Point.
Do you think we're starting to see a similar thing with Jack Foster as we did with Jack Monroe? Coming over a little bit too much.
A little desperate.
And that is such a good shot.
Beautiful shot.
Point.
And that takes them to 20.
And some of that, you know, on that last shot, you saw that Ava didn't make any attempt to hit that ball that was on her side.
20,
maybe as a result of how much Jack has been moving around the court. And it's very difficult if your partner is taking so much stuff to then know which balls to take.
Team victory.
Well, what a result there. What a result there for the Franklin American team. Sam, thoughts on that incredible?
My first thought is Jared Franklin has got an unbelievable record of team events in Europe.
Thank you.
He just comes over and he just wins. So first thought was that. Second thought, I think the Franklin team thoroughly deserved it. I think the first one was a little bit closer. It went backwards and forwards, but they made good changes. The second game, though, I think we could see from the first few points how the game was going to go, and it was going to be really, really difficult for the APP American team to make the changes they needed to make in order for them to overcome the Franklin American team. So a big congratulations to the 4 players on the Franklin American team: Spencer Lanier, Richard Livanese Jr., Ali Phillips, and Emily Ackerman, and also to the team sponsor, Jared Franklin and Franklin Sports.
Well, obviously, as the conclusion of the DUPA Team Championships, we'll have a presentation shortly. But Sam, we're back tomorrow for the beginnings of the Skechers Pickleball English Open, presented by APP, and we get off to a cracking start at 9 o'clock in the morning, folks. So tune in for that.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye now.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.